is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
After a struggling month of May, the Reds are on the threshold of taking their fourth series out of the last five as we welcome you to Turner Field and Atlanta, Georgia, as Fox Sports presents Cincinnati Reds baseball. Tonight, it's the Reds against the Braves for Game 3 of the four-game set. Hi, hello, and welcome to Atlanta, everyone. Along with the crafty left-hander Chris Welch and Jim Day, I'm George Grand. The Reds had a rough month of May, but the month of June has been kind to them. And don't look now, everybody's chasing the Chicago Cubs in the National League. But guess what? The Reds are right with the Cubs in one category.
If you can use your team's name in the same sentence as the Cubs, you're doing pretty well. And that's exactly what the Reds can do when you start comparing records in the month of June. With the Cubs, both teams are 9-4. The Nationals 8-4. Cardinals aren't too far behind in that category. But that is really shows you how far this Reds ball club has come in a very little amount of time, getting some better pitching, getting hitting, timely hitting especially, playing obviously their good defense, but the whole feeling in the clubhouse and dugout is way better now than it was.
And they're happy to get Anthony DeSclafani back to the rotation. He's going to make his second start since coming back, and it's good to have him back.
Well, it is. I mean, he's the guy that really is happy about being back. I know that he was anxious in his last start. That was against the Oakland A's over the weekend. He did give the Reds 6 innings of baseball out there, but you got to figure for a guy that has missed a couple of months, I mean, he was scheduled to be the opening day starter. So when he came down with a rib injury and an abdominal problem at the very end of spring training, he didn't realize it was going to be so long for him to finally get back. Reds are happy to have him back in the rotation where he belongs.
Speaking of back in the rotation, Bud Norris is back in the rotation. Since getting there, he's been pretty good.
Well, you know, he lost a spot in the rotation because he wasn't throwing the ball very well. And then there was an injury to some other pitchers. Here he is back. His last two outings have been very good. His last one, especially against the Cubs, 7 innings of one-run baseball. So when you do that to that Cubs ball club, you're throwing the ball well. He still has a good fastball, 93, 94 miles an hour. He'll throw a lot of sliders, especially to right-handers, cut fastballs to left-handers. So the Reds have seen him before. He's 31 years old, and we'll see if the Reds can figure him out this time.
Thanks for the scouting report on him.
Well, I try to get a scouting report on just about everybody around here, George, including you.
That's danger. When we return, Jim Day will have the story of Jay Bruce coming up next on Fox Sports Ohio.
Sports Ohio is brought to you by Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup. All major Tri-State Chevy dealer. The Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good, it's Skyline time. Game 3 of a 4-game set here in Atlanta. Reds going after a series victory tonight. And if Jay Bruce has anything to say about it, it'll be another good night for Cincinnati. We're used to him being hot in May, but no June swoon this year. So far in June, 16 runs driven in. That's tied for most in the National League. He's got 7 of those RBIs in just the last 4 games. Overall, 49 on the season, second in the NL. And when he's going good, we know he's one of the most feared hitters in the game. And last night, that home run provided the difference in last night's game, a 3-run first inning home run. He's also the focus of our Steel Power Tool performer. 12 doubles this season with those 15 home runs. And how about a league-leading 6 triples for Jay Bruce? He's the 5th Reds player to hit those numbers prior to the All-Star break, and the first since George Foster did it way back in 1978. We still have a few weeks left before the All-Star break. Reds have been playing better baseball, particularly on the road. They'll go for their 5th straight road victory tonight. Can they get it? Find out together as George Grant and Chris Welsh will call the action on the home of the Reds, Fox Sports Ohio.
Be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Great a cappella rendition of our national anthem from Turner Field in Atlanta, Georgia. George Grant, Chris Welsh, and Jim Day to bring you game 3 of the 4-game set as the Reds are ready to come to the plate, take the field against this Atlanta Braves club. They won the first 2 of this series. I'll check the starting lineup for Brian Price and the Cincinnati Reds coming in. For the Reds, they'll get a chance to see Jose PERAZA in the leadoff spot. PERAZA will make his first start. PERAZA will start for the Reds and will also play shortstop for today as they give Zach Cozart the day off. Joey Votto will bat second. Brandon Phillips in the number 3 spot. Jay Bruce, fresh off last night's 3-run homer, will hit cleanup. The rest of the lineup will have Ivan De Jesus, Tyler Holt, Cabrera, and DeSclafani. That's your starting lineup for the Reds. Our IGS bringing the energy numbers for tonight. The Reds in the first inning, the last 2 days, have cashed in. Adam Duvall, a 2-run homer in the first, part of a 3-run first. Then on Tuesday, Jay Bruce, a 3-run home run, gave them an early 3-0 lead and fueled the Reds to their victory 3-1 over the Atlanta Braves. So first inning lightning, that's bringing the energy for the Cincinnati Reds. And tonight they'll try to do it against, for Brian Price, a pitcher who has been pretty good since getting back in the rotation. Bud Norris comes in 2-7 on the year. Here's the Austin, Texas native, Chris, who is back in the rotation.
Well, he is back in the rotation, and he's a veteran guy. He's had 173 starts in the major leagues as Bud Norris. He's 58-75 lifetime. Drafted, brought up through the Houston Astros organization, traded off to Baltimore. They re-signed him after he had his best year ever in 2014. And then in 2015, it really went the wrong way for Bud Norris. Went to a couple of different ball clubs, ends up here in the Braves this year. Started out in the bullpen. Here he is now in the rotation, getting his 3rd start in a row.
Speaking of a start, that's what Jose Peraza has at short. They're in tied at 3rd. Adonis Garcia for this young man who played short, second, and center field down at Louisville. For the Bats, 42 appearances at short, 6 appearances at center, and 5 at second base. He's made 2 starts in center here for the Reds. That came back in May at Philadelphia and again at Cleveland, and started 1 game at second base at Cleveland as well.
You know, we mentioned last night with Kyle Waldrop playing, and like to really see more playing time out of him. Same with Peraza. Just very anxious to see, you know, what the Reds have in Peraza. I know that all the scouts that we talked to in spring training coming into this season were very high on this young man. He's got a great combination of speed. He makes good contact. He centers up the ball. He's got occasional power. Can play all around a lot of different positions.
No balls, 2 strikes from the right-hander. That's missing on the corner.
That's a go-to pitch for Norris right there. And if he gets ahead of you as a right-hander, you're going to see a whole bunch of those sliders.
Marvin Hudson's your home plate umpire. The crew chief Jim Joyce is down at first. Adam Hamari is your second base umpire, and Laz Diaz is down at 3rd. 1-2. Norris, native of Austin, Texas. 6 foot, about 215, 220. Grew up in Texas, born in California. Battler, kind of a reputation for a guy on the mound. That's a bloop to second, and that'll drop in for a hit, for a catch for the second baseman, Chase Peterson. Let's check your 4 defensive alignment for this Atlanta ball club. Smith in left, and Ciardi in center, and Nick Markakis almost every day in right field. Garcia, Ibar, Peterson, Freeman across the infield, and Flowers once again behind the plate catching Norris. A.J. Przinsky still recovering from that foul ball that hit him in the shoulder and hit him in the jaw. Took some treatment again for it today, but still sore. They weren't with us on Monday night, sitting in the on-deck circle. It all caromed off his left shoulder, then hit him in the jaw. Before the game, saying he probably will be available to pinch hit, but they'll probably give him another day off today behind the plate. There's Votto, 235, 11 homers, 35 knocked in. Not many of the Reds have faced Norris. Not many have success. Votto 5 for 14 and a home run against him, but he has struck out 5 times too. Two balls, 1 strike to the Reds' first baseman. That's a strike, 2-2. Kind of a mixture in the starting rotation for the Braves, Chris. Some youngsters, and there are more coming up, and a couple of guys who have been around a few years, like the guy we saw last night and Norris tonight.
Well, the Braves and the Reds are rebuilding, and they may be at different points in their rebuilding process, but clearly neither of them are on the very end of the rebuilding process. So some of the guys you see here with the Braves are not going to be here when they feel like this team is a contender, and ditto that for the Reds. I tell you the one interesting thing about Bud Norris, and maybe just by giving him a little bit of time off, his fastball is, you know, etched up a little bit, a couple of ticks as far as the velocity. He's always been around 92, 93. He's now throwing it a little bit harder. He did that immediately upon going to the bullpen. That's a very natural thing to happen.
Full count, 3-2. Votto holds on it. Yes, he does. Laz Diaz saying he did not go around, so that's 16 straight games Joey's been on base by a hit or a walk. Last night, 2 walks for Joey. Here's his first tonight.
Now Norris tries a little trick pitch, a little breaking ball on the 3-2 count. Votto did not go on that. In fact, he held that pose for extra measure.
That's like a Heisman Trophy pose,
well, just in
right?
case somebody was painting a portrait. Just give me a couple more weeks.
That's it.
I'll be done.
We'll get you to sign it. We'll sell it. There's Brandon Phillips with Votto on. The Reds have cashed in the first inning the last couple of days. The Bruce home run yesterday, and in game 1 of the series, a triple by Bruce and a homer by Duvall. Phillips sitting on 6 homers and 27 knocked in his career, 5 for 19 and 1 homer off Norris. Short lead for Votto down at first. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Brandon is occasionally taking a swing in this series like he knows that he's never hit a home run here in Atlanta.
You're right.
As a
You
big
are right.
leaguer, and that he's getting the pitch and he's letting it rip. And with only 1 strike on him, he may just give you another going for the downs kind of swing.
Mom, Dad, and his sister have been here for the first 2 games, here again tonight. That's slapped back and out of play. And you know Brandon, he'll talk to his teammates. Of course, he got on Finnegan last night when Finnegan slipped on the wet rubber on the mound when he tried to go to second. And he'll talk to the Braves too. 2 or 3 of the Braves were saying today, I didn't know that Brandon never had a homer here in Atlanta, because he told them last night. In the dirt, good block by Flowers. The Braves have a host of young pitching coming up and a couple of young position players. The one thing that they don't have a lot of coming up is catching. Not catchers that you would think are on the threshold of making it to the major leagues. So the veteran Flowers, a Georgia native, and Brzezinski are the 2 catchers on this club. Foul the other way.
Yeah, I think if you took a sampling of all the farm directors in baseball and asked them what position do you wish you had more prospects coming up, I would say 90% of them would say catcher, because it's just so hard to find catchers coming through the minor leagues that are can't miss type prospects. You know, rarely do you ever see them drafted in the first round. It's just one of those things where you're not sure where they come from, but you wish you had more of them.
2-2. Line drive right field. Markakis coming in, and he'll squeeze it. Hit right on the button by Phillips, but nothing to show for it. The line drive out, 2 away, and here comes Jay Bruce. Bruce, the average up to 271 now, fresh off last night's 3-run homer in the first. He had a 1-for-4 night, his only hit of the night. Of course, nobody else really did anything after that first either. Julio Teheran retired 18 straight after the uprising of the Reds in the first inning. He went 7 innings, allowed only 3 hits in those 3 runs, but they were good enough as the Reds bullpen closed the door in the 9th inning. 15 homers, 49 knocked in for Bruce now. You talk about the lack of catchers, and Chris, we had the chance to talk with one of the greatest guys as well as a great player. He's in the Braves Hall of Fame, Dale Murphy, at the ballpark tonight. And people forget, while he was a great outfielder, he came up as a catcher.
And he ended up getting the yips
Yep.
and couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher. So they had to find a different position for him. They ended up moving him to center field. Very rare do you see a catcher turned into a center fielder. But obviously he became a terrific player.
Two-time
that guy
MVP.
can hit.
How many marks has he got on his belt from you?
Plenty. And you know, there's a scout here from the White Sox, Billy Shear, who's a former left-handed pitcher back in the same era that you know, we were all at. And boy, we both walked next to Dale Murphy, and he just broke out in the biggest smile.
And you knew why.
Yeah, oh yeah.
No balls, 2 strikes to Bruce. That's why.
Of course, I broke out in hives.
Bruce Keeson's here too. Same thing. They're still in. I think they're still back there telling stories about the Braves and the Pirates. And
they'll get to the scouting later on.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Bruce. Votto off first. Inside with the breaking ball.
You know, don't you get the feeling that just like last time with Julio Teheran, that Bud Norris has been able to get ahead of the Reds hitters in his first inning, but then you kind of nibble away this and that, and then all of a sudden you got a 2-2 count, now a 3-2 count. He walked Votto, gave up a line drive to Phillips after the same way he did that.
Rip, but it'll go foul.
Hey, Bruce is just using his hands so much more effectively now. I mean, when he gets into a slump, it seems like he's swinging with his whole body. His torso is flying open. You know, his arms are stiffer, but he's really letting his hands do the talking.
Left field, hit pretty good. Going back is Smith at the wall. He'll haul it in 1 step from the wall. Jay trying to go out the back door. Smith catches up with it on the warning track. Red strand the runner. To the bottom 1 we go. Reds scoreless in the top of the first inning. Let's check the starting lineup for the Atlanta Braves, who come in with their worst record dating back to 1911 at this point of the season. They are 18-46. Malik Smith, the speedy leadoff hitter, will start it. Ender Inciarte will bat second. Freddie Freeman will hit third. ADONIS Garcia in the number 4 spot. Markakis, the right fielder, will hit behind him. Jace Peterson, Tyler Flowers, Eric Ibar, and Bud Norris. That's 1 through 9. Good to see this 26-year-old right-hander back on the mound. Anthony DeSclafani.
Well, it sure is. It's been kind of a strange year. The Reds named DeSclafani as the opening day starter back in spring training, and when he was unable to answer the bell for that, they named Raisel Iglesias opening day starter, which he did. And then for the longest part of the season so far, neither of them have been able to perform for the ball club they thought they would. Raisel Iglesias will be back as a reliever. DeSclafani takes his spot in the rotation.
he has faced the Braves before, twice in 2015. His overall record 1-1 in games that the Reds have won or lost. The Reds won the game 4-3 in early May and also lost the game 4-3 against Atlanta. High fly ball down the left field line and in the seats. Well, the game ended last night with the Braves having the opportunity with the bases loaded and this guy at the plate, and very uncharacteristically he hit into a double play. But Chris, it was one of the best double plays that the Reds have turned this year. They needed it to close things out. He is so speedy from the box to first base, but Brandon Phillips turned maybe his quickest turn of a double play ground ball at second this year, and they needed it.
Or we might be still playing.
You're right. 1 ball 2 strikes. That's why 2-2.
DeSclafani has somewhat of an unusual motion where I really think the little hesitation that he has in the middle of it upsets the timing of the hitter just slightly.
Backhand, they got to hustle. Phillips throw, not in time. Good play by Brandon Phillips, but Alex Smith will beat it out for a base hit. So the leadoff hitter is on here in the first.
Now, being left-handed, he hits the ball and he's kind of on his way out of the batter's box at the same time. Boy, a superlative effort by Phillips. Just Smith outran the play.
Already a couple of stolen bases in this series, now 11 on the season, so he's down at first. Well, then Ciardi in the number 2 spot in the lineup, stepping in. He'll take a hefty lead every time down at first. DeSclafani will get his attention and toss back there. Runner not going, bunt shown, and it's wide.
One area where Anthony DeSclafani was exposed a little bit last year. Remember, last year was his rookie season, and he had a great year. 9-13 overall. He had an earned run average hovered right around 4, but they did steal a lot of bases off him. He's a little bit long and deliberate to the plate. You know, if he's going to throw over seriously to first base like that last pitch, rather than just a courtesy throw, Joey Votto really needs to hang on the bag. Because if he's 3 steps in from the bag, if you're playing right here, you're not going to be able to reach around and tag the runner.
Runner not going. That's down and in, missing for a ball, and it's 2-0. Braves next to last in the National League in runs scored. They've struggled to score runs all year long as they rebuild this team that at one point won 14 straight divisional titles. And that misses too. So the strike zone shrinking in this first inning, and it's 3-0. That's a strike. Runner going, and it's hit pretty good to right center field. Back goes Bruce. This is heading to the warning track. It's one hop off the top of the wall. Here comes Smith around third. He'll score easily. A 2-base hit for Ciardi. His 12th double of the season, and just like that, the Braves are on the board.
Now, Ender Ciardi is a very good hitter. He had a couple of very good years. He's still a young player. And even though he's batting in the low 230s right now, He's a much better hitter than that. DeSclafani went 3-0, then 3-1. So many of those pitches were fastballs, and Cincinnati finally was able to time one in his mind, got one he could handle, and nearly knocked it out of the ballpark.
So another runner in scoring position, and here's Freddie Freeman. Braves have struggled with runners in scoring position in this series. 1 for 9 last night, 3 for 13 the night before. And of late, it's been really a problem for this offense to get runners in from second and third. They're last in the league in the last 3 weeks. There's Freeman down and in for a strike, and it's 0-2. You look at this lineup, and there are really only 2 guys that have played almost every day at one spot. Freeman's been the first baseman. Markakis has been the right fielder. And they bounce back and forth 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order. Every other position has rotated quite a bit to this point of the year. Of course, gone is Kelly Johnson, who was really the regular second baseman, traded to the Mets. They had brought him in to add stability on the field and off the field too. So that's why Jace Peterson is getting the starts at second right now. 1-2 to Freeman. There goes the runner, gets a pretty good break, swing and a miss, and he'll be safe with a stolen base. You'll see it a lot against the left-hander because they won't check. But there, DeSclafani doesn't check as a right-handed pitcher, and they easily pilfer the bag.
Well, not an easy pitch really to handle for the catcher and throw a runner out of third base. The ball's a cutter or a slider going down in towards the left-handed hitting hitter. So he's got to cover the whole part of the plate, get himself set, throw down there, and he just got too big of a jump. Again, it comes back to DeSclafani being a little bit deliberate going to the plate.
So they'll bring the infield in with 1 away on the strikeout of Freeman. So Garcia will hit the plate. He's got 3 homers, 14 knocked in.
Looks like DeSclafani's just a little bit off right now. Doesn't mean he's not going to correct it, but you know the difference between 0-2 and 2-0 where he is right now, he's not missing by much.
They got to play at the plate. The throw by Peraza, perfect, and they nail the runner. Good job by the young shortstop. Didn't panic, took his time, made a perfect throw to the plate, and the base runner erased.
Boy, you got to love that when the opposition brings the when the team brings the infield in and the opposition still is going to go on contact. I never understood why teams do that, but Reds and PERAZA, DeSclafani, everybody else happy that they did. Much rather have a runner at first base with 2 outs than third base with 2 outs. You ever figure out why they do that?
You know, I guess in this day and age of analytics, here's a liner to left off the bat of Markakis, and they're runners in scoring position again. I guess in the age of analytics, you know, the statistics will show that in most cases that if you hit a ball to the right side, a run will score. But even with the infield in, and I think you got to look at it a little bit differently. The Reds have been burned plenty of times sending the runner from third on contact.
So you're blaming it on analytics.
I like to blame a lot of things on analytics.
I just wish I could spell it.
So Markakis is on at first. Garcia's on at second. Now there's 2 away. And here's Peterson. Since coming back up, Peterson's got his average up to 241. 5 for 10 since coming up from AAA. It's been a shuttle back and forth from Gwinnett, AAA, here to Atlanta. With the deals that have been made, the injuries that they've had, Peterson now with Kelly Johnson gone will get most of the starts at second. Duno. down the middle for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike to the young second baseman.
Yeah, even right down the middle, you can see that late action on DeStefani's fastball. That's the one thing that you just can't teach. And that's what you love to see in pitchers that like to keep the ball down around the knees, a little action.
DeStefani, born in New Jersey, lives down in Florida now at Clearwater. There you see Eugenio Suarez getting the day off today, with the Reds starting Ivan De Jesus Jr. over at third. And Chris, the good news is Billy Hamilton every day this week has said, I feel better, better. So he's on the threshold, hopefully, of coming back.
I guess so, George. I suppose there are 2 different types of tests that he has to prove himself. One is regular baseball stuff. Hit, run, field, throw, all that kind of stuff to be able to get yourself ready to play. The other is more of a stringent protocol that Major League Baseball gives them tests, reaction tests with your eyes to make sure there are no after effects of that concussion.
Broken bat down to first. Votto will scoop it and tap the bag. The Braves will strand the pair in the first, but get a run and lead it 1-0. We'll update you on Billy's situation when we return with JD.
You were talking about Billy Hamilton trying to get off the concussion DL. Well, he took those tests today required by Major League Baseball, the ones you were talking about, the mental side. They don't know those test results yet. They will be sent to the Reds team doctor and then to MLB. They both have to approve them. The final check on the checklist was what you're seeing right there. He did all the physical activities before the game. He hit, he caught, he ran. He told me before the game, I feel normal. So the Reds are very optimistic that he will be activated. He's eligible to come off tomorrow, and they're very optimistic that that might happen.
JD, we were watching him do that today, and I mean, it's normal baseball activity. They want you to be strenuous. You saw him jump and leap. They said they want you to leap, they want you to run, they want you to do all the baseball activity things that you do, and then right after that they sit and talk with him, huh?
They do sit and talk with him, and it wasn't just light jogging. He ended up sprinting because they wanted be able to push him to the limits, especially in this heat. And like you said, afterwards, how do you feel? Are you affected by doing this physical, strenuous activity? And that is the final test.
Thanks, JD. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Adam Duvall, sitting on 18 homers, 44 knocked in. Now, Chris, this day and age, there have been a lot of changes. One of the most beneficial, I think, from a disabler standpoint is that 7-day concussion DL, because it gives you time. Before, either you'd wait too long or you'd go too soon before doing it. Now it's a good time to at least assess where someone is.
Yeah, it takes some of the power away from the ball club to rush a guy back. or just keep him from going on the DL altogether. Because if all you have is a 15-day disabled list, a lot of teams are reluctant to lose a guy for 15 days when he might be able to come back in 5 days or 8 days or even 10 days.
And in the day and age where there's so much pressure on trainers, it takes a little bit of the pressure off them.
I hope he's using his time to learn how to slide more comfortably feet first.
There's a bouncer off the mound. Jace Peterson has it, and they just do get it. Boy, does Duvall motor down the line. Peterson looked and nodded his head. I think he made a mental note of that. He hustles whenever he hits a ball, whether it's in the air or on the ground, and he almost beat that out for a base hit.
Well, he hustles every time. That's the way they teach it down in the Bill. I mean, he's taking nothing for granted, Adam Duvall, and why should you? One little hiccup by the second baseman, even if he gets pegged for an error, you're still at first base, and that's the whole idea.
The one away. Here's Ivan De Jesus Jr. gets the start at third. You see Eugenio Suarez sitting next to Billy Hamilton. He's been struggling of late in a strikeout funk, and sometimes just sitting and watching, like Yogi says, you learn a lot by watching. You see a lot by watching, and I think that's what Don Long wants him to do. Tricky hop, but handled by Ibar, and there's 2 away. By the way, good to see Eric Ibar back in the lineup. Talking to him before the game today, he said that right chest area where he was drilled by a 97-mile-an-hour fastball still sore. He also had to go through some tests today before they cleared him to play. He said still sore, but he's back in the lineup. This was some drill.
It is. Oof. I mean, you just hear it.
So here's Tyler. Holt steps in at 264, no homers and 7 knocked in. There you go. Says Jim Joyce. 2 balls and no strikes. The Reds have taken 3 of their last 4 series, and a win today would give them their 4th of the last 5, with still 1 more game left in this 4-game series tomorrow at noon. That's a strike. 2-1. Hope you join us tomorrow. There will be no Reds live tomorrow before the game. We'll be on the air at 12 for the 12:10 game. Dan Straley against Matt Whistler, another one of the young guns for this Braves team. Straley will seek his 5th win. Then from there, the Reds will head to Houston Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Off day Monday in Irving, Texas, and they'll go from hot Atlanta to hot Irving. It'll be smoking in Texas when you play the Rangers. Two balls, 2 strikes. Brian Price made a great comment the other day likening Tyler Holt and the way he plays the game, the way he hustles, to other guys who have been in a similar role, not always a starting role. Provides energy to a ball club, whether you're sitting and yakking or on the field. He referred specifically to Johnny Gomes, and I remember when Johnny Gomes was with the Red Sox after he left the Reds, and everybody always said that, you know, Pedroia was the guy that hustled with the Red Sox. Well, that year, he said, you hear everybody talking about Pedroia? No, because we all hustle. It's contagious, and when everybody does it, all of a sudden you're a better ball club. There's a pop-up by first base. Freeman over. He's got room, and he has it. Oh, 1-2-3 here in the second inning. To the bottom of 2 we go. 1-0 Braves. Defensive alignment for the Reds. A little bit of a different alignment for tonight. Duvall in left, Holt in center, Bruce in right, but Ivan De Jesus Jr. gets the start at third. Peraza at short, Phillips and Votto as usual over at first, and Ramon Cabrera behind the plate for DeSclafani. And I asked Brandon, and I think his best guess, and I think he's probably right, that's number 29, not number 9. The 29th different shortstop he's played with. That means you've been around a while, huh, Chris?
You're not kidding. I mean, that's a revolving door. 29 different shortstops. I wonder how many of those 29 he could name.
He's kind of like Pete. I think he probably could name them all. That's popped up, foul, and out of play. By the way, don't forget, that is, yeah, you guys got it upstairs. Is it 29? That's official. It is the 29th. Number 4 knows. I mean, it's remarkable what Pete Rose did in terms of the all-time hit record and so many other records, but what is even more remarkable is his recall. I mean, you ask him about a game, you ask him about a pitcher, you ask him about an event or a season, and he'll go on for a half an hour about it. Talk about living, loving, and drinking the game of baseball in. 3 balls, 1 strike to Flowers in at 237. That's ball 4. So DeSclafani walks the leadoff batter here in the second. Leadoff batter reached in the first on an infield hit by Malik Smith. He scored on a double by Inciardi. That's the 1 run in the game. Here's Ibar, 187, no homers, 7 knocked in to face DeSclafani. And don't forget, next weekend is Pete's weekend at Great American Ballpark. 3 great days of festivities. Hope you join us at the ballpark by the river. Short lead for Flowers. That's in there for a strike. High in the air to left. Duvall almost in his tracks. Will haul it in. There's 1 away. And here comes the pitcher, Bud Norris. Don't forget, watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices with MLB.TV Premium. It includes a free subscription to @that Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Norris in at 250 on the season. Bunts, Votto nails it. They'll go to second, and they will not get him out there, but they will get the out at first. Joey almost had it in the air, and when it glanced to his side, his throw pulled Peraza off the bag, but Chris, good recognition by Peraza. He made sure he got the baseball to get at least 1 out of this.
What's Bud Norris doing? I mean, he's standing around home plate, and when he finally does get the first, he's out. And then he complains about something to the umpire out there, pointing back at Joey Votto. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. This is a nice effort by Votto. I mean, he knocks the ball down when he can't get it. You know, when you see him throw sidearm like that, a lot of people say, well, why wouldn't you throw overhand? He practices that sidearm throw as much as he does throwing overhand. So he's become very accurate at that. That one just pulled him off the bag, or else it would have been a double play.
High in the air on the swing by Smith to right center field. Bruce is there, and he'll haul it in. That'll do it. So a leadoff walk, left stranded. Reds trying to go to work. DeSclafani up second. Brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Joyous June, you bet. In April, the Reds were 9-15, tied for 12th in the league. In May, 8-20. And how about June? 9-4, tied with the Chicago Cubs for the best record. It is smoking here today, Chris. I mean, it's been hot and humid all 3 days. They had a few showers earlier, and there's Steve Ballman, the trainer, and this training crew really started preparations for the trip down here before the Reds ever got here. It's the key is to be hydrated. Number one, drink a lot of fluids. Number two, stay cool. And they've got those towels. I mean, when you played, it was the same story, but everybody had something different way to stay cool, huh?
Yeah, well, they would fill a bucket up with a little bit of ice and some ammonia.
Yep.
And then everybody would stick their head in the same bucket. I guess those days are gone.
Now they put the ammonia on the towel and wrap it around you. Or remember, what did Bernie Stowe used to do? He'd put the cabbage, he'd cool the cabbage and let you put it under your hat. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ramon Cabrera in at 286. Tomorrow, temperatures will drop a little bit, so will the humidity, but it's a day game, a noon start, so it's going to be smoking here again. 2-1, fouled off, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The only people that complain about it are all the Yankees that come from up north down here. I mean, those that have lived here for a long time, maybe born and raised here, they'll acknowledge that it's warm, but nobody really complains about it, knowing that, you know, when you're in the deep south in the middle of the summer, it kind of comes with the territory.
And of course, in the day and age of the artificial surface stadiums, I mean, Kansas City and St. Louis and Cincinnati were the hottest stadiums. 2-2. Bounce to the right side and foul. You still remember the shots of watching Joe Garagiola doing the game of the week, frying an egg on the turf, right?
They're still trying to get that up out of the asphalt turf.
2 balls, 2 strikes. That's hanging in there is Ramon Cabrera. They're making Norris throw some strikes and pitches here in the first couple of innings. 40 pitches through 2. He's now up to 46. Hottest you've ever been in a ball game?
Probably in Cincinnati. I mean, on the field it would get to, and maybe in St. Louis one day it was on the field, I think, of 137.
Cabrera thought it was high. Marvin Hudson's call, barked out for a strikeout. That's the first strikeout for Norris. We showed you the record in June, tied with the Cubs for the best, and one of the reasons, the way the Reds have delivered offensively. They're average, 3rd in the National League. Home runs tied for 1st, doubles tied for 2nd, and their slugging percentage at .494.
Yeah, those are pride numbers, because this team knew when they look back and they would see what they did in the months of April and May, that there was no way this team was as bad as that. You know, they had some rough spots in the bullpen. They missed some players out of the starting rotation, obviously, but the offense wasn't doing much. So now that offense is beginning to come together a little bit, swing the bats better. Contributions by Duvall especially. VOTTO swinging the bat way better than he did early in the year. You have games like that, you can score a few runs and make them hold up like they did last night.
0-2 to DeSclafani. Can't hold up on that one. Swing and a miss. That's 2 strikeouts. Hey, just to remind you, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Cold anything is good these days down in Atlanta. Here's PERAZA. Hit a soft liner to 2nd to lead off the game for the Reds in the 1st inning, up for the 2nd time. The temperature was actually hotter on the first game of the series than today, but I think everybody acknowledged it felt hotter down on the field for batting practice today. Yesterday there was rain, so there was no batting practice. The rain stopped just about 6 o'clock in time to start the game on time. Strike one to Jose. Peraza, it's coming home for him. He came up in the Braves organization, highly regarded as a shortstop. They of course had Andrelton Simmons here, so they moved him to second in the minor leagues, thinking that's where probably he would end up. And he also played some center field, and that's where he's played for the Reds at AAA. Where will he play up here? You know, still to be determined.
Well, he was very young when the Braves originally signed him. 17 years old, out of Venezuela. The first year they had him in the organization, they sent him to the Dominican Republic, and he played in the summer league in the Dominican Republic, a league that is really full of young teenagers, middle to 16, 17, 18-year-olds. He worked his way up through the farm system. In fact, it took him about 4 years to really get out of A-ball. But here he is in the major leagues he was in the big leagues last year when he made his debut at age 21. He just now turned 22 in April.
And speed is one of his tickets. In the minor leagues, 219 stolen bases, but here Norris dealing 3 straight strikeouts in the third. Reds trail 1-0.
Brought to you by T-Mobile. Could be the year of the pitcher, 4th time in Major League history that the game has seen 6 pitchers start the season 9-1 or 10-0. Strasburg, Arrieta, Cueto, Kershaw, Chris Tillman joined this list last night, and Chris Sale of the White Sox. The other 3 seasons, 1884, 1995, 2008. And Johnny Cueto moved his record to 10-1 today for the Giants.
Johnny be good, and he's been very good this year. Thanks, JD. And Clayton Kershaw is pretty good today too, huh, Chris?
Well, he just continues to dominate with strikeouts and doesn't walk anybody, although he did walk a batter today, and he struck out 11, so it brought his strikeout to walk ratio down from 20 to 19. That is 19 strikeouts per walk instead of 20 strikeouts per walk. He's on a different planet, and if he continues at this pace, I know there'll be a lot of people arguing about how pitchers should not win the MVP, but I think there are a lot of teams that would trade their MVP for Kershaw right now.
Fouled off at the plate, no balls and 2 strikes to Enciarte. Dodgers beat Arizona 3-2 today, and in that Cueto win, San Francisco beat Milwaukee 10-1. By the way, what do you think about that proposal to have the pitchers participate in the home run derby at the All-Star game?
I like it. I don't understand why not. Maybe they ought to have their own competition if they want to do that. I know there are teams though that are so worried because you do see pitchers get injured swinging the bat. Madison Bumgarner's a guy that got it all going with the Giants.
He's legit.
Yeah, well, I don't know how many home runs he has. We can look that up real quick, but he always hits about 4 or 5 a year.
12, 14, something like that.
In his career, yeah.
Of course, back in the old days, Warren Spahn here was a great hitting pitcher. He would lead the league in home runs.
I think if they don't have a home run hitting contest with only pitchers, that they ought to let him in, because quite frankly, right at the very up to the All-Star break, they're beginning to look for players to participate. So, because so many everyday players who should be in the home run hitting contest don't want to be, because they say it's going to ruin my swing, or it's too hot, or I'm going to wear myself out, or I went into a slump in the second half of the year, and it was because of that one night that I was in the home run hitting contest. So if a pitcher wants to be in there and he wants to show up the rest of the guys, then go ahead and go for it.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 8-pitch at bat, fly ball to left. Duvall there, and there's one away here in the third.
What do you think?
I don't like the idea. If I'm the pitching coach or the manager, and I've got Madison Bumgarner, you know, and Todd Frazier talked about it after he won the home run hitting contest last year. He was exhausted, and it was a shortened home run hitting contest. I think last year was the best ever for a lot of reasons. The rain was coming. They did it on the fly. And in previous years, you talk to anybody who went through it, they were pretty well tanked after. These are hitters you're talking about, after going through round 1, round 2, round 3. Now, if you want to have 1 round, that's fine, but it's a taxing event for a pitcher who makes his living with his arm. Here's Freeman, the 1-ball delivery fouled off, a ball and a strike. All-Star game this year, of course, in San Diego, where you don't expect it to be as hot and humid. There's a liner over the head of VOTTO into the corner. Freeman will round first and cruise into second with a 2-base hit. So runner in scoring position with 1 out here in the third for ADONIS GARCIA.
Now he went right down there and stayed all over that curveball. DeSclafani will throw 2 different types of breaking ball. One's a slider. That slider will be in the mid to high 80s, or the mid 80s anyway, and that curveball will be slower than that. It'll be around 80 miles an hour, and he just stayed right with that pitch and went down to get it.
There's Garcia with a runner at third. He bounced one to short. Peraza's throw nailed the runner at the plate.
I mean, to show you how quickly Freddie Freeman got to the major leagues, he's the same age as Anthony DeSclafani. He's already been in 2 All-Star games, and it's his 7th year in the league. So, I mean, he's been real good for a long time.
26 years of age. And he usually averages, I mean, other than the injury year, he averages 150, 153 or 4 games a year. So he's in there every day. 1 ball, 1 strike. Freeman out at second. Garcia at the plate. Fouls it off.
See, you get a swing like that out of a hitter. I mean, catchers read it. Pitchers are also taught to read the hitters. And unless ADONIS GARCIA makes a major adjustment in the middle of this at bat, why would you throw him anywhere but down and away with a breaking ball? Horrible swing. Yeah, you may want to knock him off the plate with a fastball and then go back out. But you may not want to waste that pitch. Just go back out there again.
Fastball down and away, fouled off. He hangs in there, 1-2.
I mean, with that swing, you actually want him to hit the ball and put it in play, because he's not going to hit it much past the pitcher's bat.
Cabrera rolls through his signs for DeSclafani.
Looks like Ramon got his nails done today. They have a couple of those nice shops over out there in Buckhead. I didn't see him coming out of any of those salons, but
And they got those little tags they put on the fingernails now too.
there you go.
Those look
That
like
wouldn't
the
have been
tags.
the color I would have picked, but it looks good on him.
Pink would go better with the red, right? Garcia already has touched the Reds for 4 hits in the series, 2 singles, a double, and a homer. That's up high, and it's 2-2. By his own admission, DeSclafani just happy to get back on the mound and get through start number 1. And you hope at this stage just get a little better each time out. Here's a 2-2.
We got to think that this is really his kind of extended spring training. He had 3 rehab starts at AAA. You know, you build yourself up. He thought he was going to be back much earlier than he did. Then he had a little bit of a setback with that injury, that abdominal muscle injury that he had. So you can't really expect him to be very sharp right now. And good control has always been his calling card.
Time called. We'll try it again. He'll step back off the rubber. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 8th pitch of this at bat. Another 8-pitch at bat. With 1 on, 1 out in the 3rd. Looped over the diving effort of PERAZA into left. Excuse me, and it ends up being a base hit. So the 5th hit of the series for Garcia. That puts runners at 1st and 3rd.
I don't know how he even put the bat on the ball. I mean, that ball hit the ground and then he hit the ball. I thought at first he pounded it off the ground, so it's actually a pop-up that goes over the head of the shortstop after it hits off the ground. Legal to hit the ball once it hits the ground, just like it's a hit batter if it hits the ground first and then hits the batter with a pitch.
Joey Vaz saying, how do you do that? So it's 1st and 3rd, and here comes Markakis. He hit a single to left first time up. The Reds with 1 away, playing a double play depth middle of the infield. Markakis, now 32 years of age, has 2 years left on his deal signed 2 years ago here in Atlanta.
Well, he had a very good year the first year down here in that Atlanta in that contract. He batted nearly 300 last year. Drove in 53. He's never been a real big home run hitter. Most he's ever had is 23 in a year. But he'll get you in the mid-teens. More of a gap hitter. Does not strike out a lot. He does take a lot of walks. His on-base percentage is usually a good, I don't know, 60 or 70 points higher than his batting average.
Miss it inside, 2 balls and a strike. Base hit by Garcia, the first hit tonight with a runner in scoring position. So the Braves 1 for 4 in an area they've struggled in. Didn't get a run in, but got a hit. Moved the runner to 3rd. DeSclafani trying to coax a ground ball and pick up a twin killing here. Smothered by Cabrera, and it's 3-1. Freeman off 3rd, Garcia off 1st. Here's the 3-1. That's ball 4. Second walk issued by DeSclafani. The bases are loaded. And here comes Chase Peterson, who bounced to 1st his first time up. And Mark Rick is going to come out and try to check in with his right-hander. in the old days when they'd play that music, Chris, here at Turner Field, there'd be over 40,000 people chanting and waving, doing the tomahawk chop. Now that number is more like 11 or 12,000 a night, from averaging over 3 million back in the heyday of those 14 straight divisional titles. Here's the last year at Turner Field, and attendance-wise, they're limping to a close.
Yeah, they are. They're down from last year. There's no doubt about it. And they're kind of in limbo because people aren't really sure. You know, those that live up north near the ballpark that will open next year are probably not bothering to come down here. But those that maybe live in the southern part of the Atlanta area coming here, they're wondering if they're going to be able to make it to many games next year. It's such a big city. It's so crowded. It's interesting to see how it goes.
Reds trail 1-0. Big moment early in the game for DeSclafani. They're loaded with 1 out against the guy who's hit as well as anybody of late for the Atlanta Braves.
Good first pitch selection right there. You got to figure after walking the bases loaded, Peterson's up there looking for fastball. DeSclafani drops in a breaking ball. Still looking for that ground ball that could get him out of the inning.
1 strike to the Braves second baseman. It missed by much. Called a ball. It's 1-1. Votto scoops. He'll come to the plate in the dirt, and they will call him safe. Joey's throw wide. Cabrera couldn't get his foot on the plate and keep it there. A run will score. It'll go as an error on Votto. A good throw has him.
Well, a good throw gets him definitely, and you may even get a double play out of it. But Votto kind of waits back on the ball and then throws off balance. You could not have been more off balance throwing that baseball than if you were up on 1 foot. And I know that he practices that play, but still infield coaches will tell you that both the key to being a good infielder, making good throws, is getting your feet set. And Votto did not do it that time.
So it'll go as an error, no run batted in. The Braves lead it 3-0, and the bases are 2-0, and the bases are still loaded. And here's Flowers, who walked first time up. Second error for Joey in the series. Strike 1 to Flowers is down and away. A double, a single, a walk, and an error, and the Braves now have a 2-0 lead. Still only 1 out, middle of the infield, still double play depth. DeSclafani started the inning with 34 pitches. Now up to 64. Swing and a miss. Well, they got the ground ball he wanted, just not the result that he had hoped for.
Flowers swinging the same way every time he comes up, and very vulnerable to that pitch going down and away. I would imagine DeSclafani will keep that slider on him right here.
2-2, fouled off, but Cabrera can't hold on, so it stays 2-2.
Came in with the fastball, threw it right by him, ticked, and just unable to hold on to it. Got him with the fastball up. There's your second out of the inning, and for DeSclafani, that's strikeout number 1 here in the 3rd inning. And here comes Ibar. Yeah, they needed this one right here because there's nowhere to put him. You get down here to the bottom part of the order. Ibar not off to a very good start this year at all. He's about 100 points lower than his lifetime average.
And just in case, in the Reds bullpen, A.J. Morris is loosening. Hit hard but foul down the right field line.
That's one thing the Reds did when they went down to the minor leagues and they brought up some pitchers. When they started, you know, they sent Jumbo Diaz down and all, and they brought up a couple of pitchers that were starters down there, like A.J. Morris, Josh Smith. Both guys were in the rotation for the Louisville Bats, figuring Brian Price would, and of course Walt Jocketty, Dick Williams, that, you know, you may need some long men up here.
Strike one to Ibar, fly to left first time up. This one hit towards the alley. Can anybody get there? Duvall can't. It's by him. 1 run scores, 2 runs score. The throw to second won't be in time. It's a double for Ibar. 2 runs across the plate. And the Braves now lead it 4-0.
Now Ibar goes with this pitch, and DeSclafani just gets up above the belt slightly. He has not been sharp tonight, DeSclafani has, but one of the few mistakes that have been taken advantage of right there, right under the glove of Duvall. Of course, DeSclafani really ought to be sitting in the dugout with any reasonable, decent defense out there. This third out would have already been recorded.
Great effort by Duvall, who almost got a glove on it. Came a long way to get there. So here's Norris, who's been the recipient of this support. A run in the first and now 3 here in the third. The error allowed the second run to score, prolong the inning. And now the double allows 2 more to score. Similar scenario to the Reds in game 1 of this series in the third inning. A Joey Votto error allowed the Braves to get back in the game. The Reds, of course, were able to overcome that and wound up winning the game. See if they can do it again tonight. Here's the 1-1. That's a strike, and that'll do it.
DeSclafani thought it was strike 3. Ramon Cabrera thought it was strike 3. You said here comes the 1-1. I don't know if the scoreboard had it wrong or they have it wrong on the field.
I think he thought the first pitch.
Well, we know that's a strike.
That one is a strike. Was the first one a strike as well?
Ramon could have been, you know, saying to the Marvin Hudson, you know, he really needs this pitch.
We'll try it again. It's 1-2. So they call the first one a ball, and Ramon Cabrera and DeSclafani thought the first call was a strike. So now it's 2-2. Second and third with 2 away, and that slapped the other way. Arduous inning for DeSclafani. 40 pitches, and now up to 74 on the night. And we'll go full 3-2. Two with 2 away. That's way high, ball 4. Now the way he's labored, here comes Brian Price. That'll be it. 40 pitches in an inning after his stint on the disabled list. They won't go any longer with DeSclafani. The 9th batter of the inning will come to the plate, and A.J. Morris will be on his way in. So while a pitching change takes place, it's time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. and Jason Whitlock do. The brains to know and the guts to say. Catch Colin and Jason on FS1's new daily sports talk show. Speak for yourself, weeknights at 6 Eastern on FS1. Well, Anthony DeSclafani's night is done. 2 2/3 innings. 76 pitches, struck out 1, walked 3, allowed 5 hits. The runners on his responsibility. The error is certainly contributing to everything that's happened in the third. But the numbers, especially the pitch count of 42 pitch count in the third inning, proved to be his demise. And here comes A.J. Morris, Chris, to try to stop the bleeding in the inning and get the Reds started on the road back.
Well, a young man that'll be heading back to home when the Reds go to Houston, Texas. He is from Humboldt, Texas, just north of the city of Houston. Drafted originally by the Washington Nationals and signed as a minor league free agent in the offseason for the Reds. And they really figured that Morris at the time would probably be more of a roster filler at the AAA level. But with injuries and bad performances, that opened the door for him to come up here to the major leagues.
Strike one to Malik Smith, a single and a fly ball out, down and in for a strike, and it's 0-2. Good job by A.J. 3 pitches and the final out of the third inning, but 9 come to the plate. And the Braves lead it 4-0.
Atlanta native, and he's one that, well, he didn't want to see Turner Field go away.
Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. That's when the first time I saw Barry Larkin playing, and Eric Davis and Deion Sanders. And just going back to those days, man, I mean, I'm a Georgia boy, ATLian, but it's just going to be very sad to see them go to Cobb County, because it's going to be a good little drive. It's going to be a good little drive. It's going to be more traffic going out there. But I see what they're trying to do, but I'm really going to miss Turner Field.
Well, Barry Larkin was his favorite player, and he has great memories of Fulton County Stadium and Turner Field. So he's in the game next year, which we assume he will be. He'll be at a new home for his hometown Braves.
Yeah, I guess you could put him on the list. A lot of folks have Barry Larkin listed as their all-time favorite player for good reasons, both on the field and off the field. Here's strike one to Joey. Votto walked his first time up. And they'll move about 20 miles north of here into Cobb County, the new ballpark, which will open next year. Georgia State will be playing football games in here next year. Hey, Chris, I guess of all the stadiums, you know, the 24 years you and I have been doing games together, and I think of all the stadiums we've closed, this is probably the one with the least amount of emotional attachment. You know, I mean, we've closed some of the old ballparks or whatever, but I mean, when you and I talk, you talk more about what happened at Fulton County Stadium. I mean, you had an all-star game here, a World Series championship here. We've had some exciting moments, but you still almost always think of Fulton County, not this stadium.
Well, yeah, the other thing, though, George, is that when you close one stadium, normally you're closing another one very close by. But the old stadium just became obsolete for one reason or another. They needed a new one. They built one across the street like they did in Cincinnati. But when you're moving 20 miles away, you know, for some people it might be 200 miles. They're just not going to be able to get to the games anymore. And there isn't a lot of great public transportation. They have MARTA. I don't think it takes you all the way out there to the site of that new stadium, though.
It's right by 75 and 285. That's just missing to Joey. 3 balls and 2 strikes, a full count. I mean, it was always a joy to come here to see Maddox, Glavine, Smokes, Avery, Merker, that whole crew. Great pitching. Always great to see the likes of Chipper Jones. 3-2 to VOTTO. That's up high. VOTTO walks for the second time. Reds have the leadoff hitter on in the 4th. By the way, the final line on DeSclafani, 2 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs. Of the 4 runs, only one of them was earned, the one in the first inning. None of the 3 runs in the 3rd inning were earned after the VOTTO error. He struck out 2 and he walked 3. 76 pitches, 46 for strikes. Because Brandon lined to right first time up. I mean, anytime you come here, you have to list watching a Maddox or a Glavine or a Smoltz pitch. All 3 Hall of Famers. Getting a chance to talk to Bobby Cox every night you're here. Pretty good. Coxie, of course, one of the numbers retired. Smoltz. Chipper Jones will be the next to enter the Hall of Fame, no doubt about that. You win a lot of games when you got 3 guys like that.
You're not. Well, they never missed a start, and when they pitched on those nights where the other team didn't score any runs.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
No balls, 2 strikes to Brandon. High in the air down the right field line. We talk about Hall of Famers, and those 3 guys sure deserve it. Cox went in with that group too. The guy we saw tonight, Dale Murphy, I mean, he would have been a Hall of Famer, but the Braves went through what they're going through now, and they never rebuilt while he was there. His average went from the 290s after winning 2 MVPs down to the low 200s. The strike zone doubled in size, and he was the only guy in town that could drive in a run, and it cost him. Line drive center field by Phillips. That's a base hit. VOTTO will stop at second. So Brandon's 1 for 2. The Reds have 2 on. Here's Jay Bruce.
A very similar at bat for Brandon as he had the first time up. The first one ended up in a line drive, but right into the middle of the right fielder. This time, Brandon centers it a little bit better. A breaking ball that Norris just kind of hangs on the inner third of the plate, and a smoking line drive off the bat of Brandon Phillips. One swing of the bat makes this game a whole lot more interesting here.
And Jay's got the power to do it. His 3-run home run yesterday, all the Reds needed to win. A 3-run shot here, you get the Reds right back in it. Fly to left to the warning track first time up. And his career coming in, he was 4 for 18 and a homer against Norris. This season, his National League ranks, he's first in the National League with 6 triples, tied in the major leagues with those 6 3-baggers. That's a little low, 1-1. Votto off second, Phillips off first. Reds trying to climb back in this one in the 4th inning. Line drive left center. That's going to hit turf. Votto round third. He'll score. Here comes Phillips to third. Going into second is Jay Bruce. So Bruce continues to deliver. A double by Jay. The Reds get a run. They're now within 3 at 4-1. Sound like the bat took the beating on it, a broken bat, but he ends up with a base hit that plates a run.
Now the leadoff walk comes around to score right here. Second time in 2 at bats where Bruce goes to left field, and this time with a little bit less authority than he did the first time, but still that ball on a line. Splits the seam between the left fielder, center fielder. He picks up double number 13, drives a run in, and it's a 3-run ball game.
And here comes Duvall leading the club with 18 homers. Adam bounced to second first time up. One big swing here, and it's a brand new ball game. High in the air to right. Phillips is tagging. Markakis, good arm. Phillips coming to the plate. Here comes the throw. It will not be in time. And alertly tagging from second, going to third is Bruce. So a sacrifice fly from Adam Duvall. His 45th run batted in. Productive at bat from the Reds left fielder, and the Reds are within 2, 4-2. This offense just keeps coming back, and they're trying to do it again here. Down 4-0. It's 4-2 with Bruce sitting at third. Now only 1 out, and here comes Ivan De Jesus Jr. Ivan bounced to short first time up, sitting on 1 homer and 9 knocked in on the season. Middle of the infield playing back with 1 out. They'll give up the run to get an out. While the Braves don't overshift a lot, they do shift dramatically from time to time. The shortstop Ibar pulled towards the hole against De Jesus. Split in the middle pretty wide for Ivan. Slap foul, 0-2.
Now, Ivan last year, somewhat of a breakout year for him. He'd always been in, when he was in the major leagues, kind of a part-time player. He had more hits last year than he did at bats in any one season previously in the major leagues. So he earned his way onto the team this year again. Well, he needs to shorten up, make contact here, and drive that run in.
0-2. Missing wide.
Norris fastball, slider, cutter, and then changeup. Does not throw a curveball. So that little darting pitch you see going away from right-handers is a slider. He can flatten it out, though, and make a hitter that wants to go to right field a good opportunity.
Ground ball to short. That's going to get a run in. Scooped by Ibar. They get it out. So good job. The Reds get a run. They're now within 1, 4-3. Keeping the infield back gives the Reds the opportunity to close the gap to 1. Bruce scores, 4-3 ball game, and here comes Tyler Holt with the bases empty.
It's a good inning for the Reds right here, and those are 2 good jobs, productive outs by Duvall and De Jesus.
Something that we didn't see during April and the early part of May. A lot of strikeouts in those situations early, and what the Reds have done since that month of April. I mean, they've been either first and second as a team with runners in scoring position. That's been productive, and they've struck out fewer times, which has been productive. Strike 1 to Holt. That's wide, 1-1. Foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Reds now 3 runs, 2 hits, and 1 error. The Braves 4 runs, 6 hits. The error by Votto allowing the doors to open for the 3 runs in the 3rd inning. Swing and a miss. That'll do it. But the Reds do a little business in the 4th. Leadoff walk to VOTTO. The Reds score 3. To you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on United States News Best Children's Hospitals. And don't forget, in tonight's game, we're participating in the Home Run Challenge to benefit prostate cancer research. So far, after 2 days this week, nearly $360,000 has been raised. You can make a pledge by going to homerunchallenge.org and join us as we fight the battle against prostate cancer.
Eat your green vegetables too, George.
You send out the word. Now, you've changed your diet markedly in the 24 years that we've been doing games together.
It's hard walking by that barbecue.
Now, if you're walking with Cowboy,
well, he'll eat my portion.
He'll take a left-hand turn and head in there, right? It's discipline, isn't it?
Well, discipline really is what A.J. Morris needs right here, making sure that he stays around the strike zone, takes advantage of now what the Reds have been giving him, which is a 1-run ball game. I mean, you come into a game like Morris and you're down 4-0, you get out of an inning, and all of a sudden now you can pick up a nice little cheap win with a few innings of good relief work.
1 ball, 1 strike to Inciarte. Right off Morris. He bounces back, makes the throw, and Joey's saying he tagged him, but down at first, Jim Joyce saying he got his foot on the bag before he was tagged.
Well, when the ball comes back that quickly and it bounds away, the first thing you tend to do is panic. And he really didn't need to panic that much. He could have set himself and taken just a little extra time to throw that ball right on the money. It would not have been a review play. And that's what we're going to get right now.
Brian Price calling for the review. Does he get him before he touches the bag? Oh, very close. So as it stands now, it's an error on the pitcher, and the Reds' second error of the night. Very close. VOTTO holding the glove up, appealing to Joyce, saying, I got him before. And he did. Right on the shoulder before the foot hits the bag. And I'm not sure if he might have even gotten him on the hand, but it looks like he gets him on the shoulder, Chris, before he's on the bag. And Jim Joyce says, you're right, Joey. So VOTTO saves an error for his pitcher, getting the out at first. So it goes on 1-3 putout. So VOTTO cost the Reds with his error, but saves one right there. One away, the Reds will overshift with Freddie Freeman coming to the plate, swing and a miss. Freeman started the rally last inning. He doubled. Garcia followed with a single. Marquez walked to load the bases. That was all with one out. And that's when VOTTO committed the error, trying to throw to first. 1 run scored. And a double plated 2 more. That's rocketed to right. There goes Bruce. He won't cut it off. It's going all the way to the wall. Freeman will have his second double. He's going to try for 3. Round second, going to third. He'll be in there with a 3-base hit. So Freeman's had a cycle in the series. He fell a triple shy of the cycle in game 1. And today, 2 for 3, a double and a triple here.
Well, Freeman's been struggling this year, but you would never be able to tell that from the way he's swinging the bat against the Reds in this series. Again, same spot as he had the second time up to when he hit a double down the right field line. That ball down and in on him, and he rifles it into the gap. Corner making sure that he gets down there and on the slide.
So now the Reds will bring the infield to the edge of the grass with 1 out, runner at third, and Garcia at the plate. That's inside for a ball. Garcia singled on a 2-2 pitch back in the third. That put runners at second and third. Missing, and it's 2-0. Hit down to short. This time the runner will hold at third. They'll get the out at first. The last time they ran on contact and the Reds got an out of it. This time they don't run on contact. And the Reds get an out of it. At first with no run scoring in the second out of the inning. Now they can drop the infield back.
Well, the review play in this inning has seemed very important so far for the Reds. I got to tell you that the Reds do not have their normal guy, their video guy, Rob Coughlin, with them. It is Bo Thompson, University of Kentucky's own Bo Thompson, taking Rob Coughlin's spot here on this trip, and so far so good for Bo.
Check will be in the mail, a bonus. 1 ball to Marquez, who singled and walked. And the best news, it was a 40-second review. Now that's the way they should be, right?
I think it's 12 seconds too long.
Can't please you.
I think they have a 30-second clock.
That's a little tight.
Well, if
60.
You can't tell by taking a good look at it 1 or 2 times, then let's move on and forget about it.
Now wait a minute. You've been in there. I mean, we've been in the replay center in New York.
That's true, and it's very difficult to get it exactly right every time in a very short amount of time. So what you do is what you've done for 150 years. You make a call on a play, and then you move on.
I could see 60 seconds. I'll buy 60, but I
mean, really think about what MLB is doing, though. They're urging batters to get back into batter's box. They're not allowing them to leave the box. They're telling pitchers hurry up and throw. They've got a clock out there for when pitching coaches go to the mound. So they're saving, 3 seconds here and 4 seconds there, and then they turn around and have a 3-minute review.
2-2 is wide. You're speaking to the choir here. I've long said there should be a time limit, but I think 60 would be fair, 90 possibly. But when you get 3- and 4-minute reviews, that's too long. Full count, 3-2, runner on third. Moore's trying to wriggle out of this jam after the triple by Freeman with 1 out. Down the left field line into the seats and out of play.
Well, it was a big birthday for Dusty Baker today, turning 67. The Nationals gave him a win, a come-from-behind win in 12 innings against the Chicago Cubs. They scored 2 in the bottom of the 12th after the Cubs went ahead 4-3 in the top of the 12th. So happy birthday to Dusty, and congratulations to the Nationals on upending the Cubs.
Good birthday present for Dusty. There's a bouncer down to second. Phillips will have it. Good job by Morris to wriggle out of the jam. They strand a runner. Braves have stranded 7. Reds trail by 1. Anniversary of the 1976 World Series champion Reds arrive early for a special pregame ceremony featuring members of the Big Red Machine. Plus, stick around for a spectacular postgame fireworks show presented by Cooper Tire. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Well, it should be a lot of fun. I mean, there's so much scheduled for that weekend. I mean, on Friday, the 76 reunion, over 20 players from that 76 team will be back. They'll be honored on the field, and the fireworks, which is always spectacular, will be themed and coordinated with music from 76. You'll love that one, Chris Welsh.
Well, I love the fireworks anyway.
Well, with the music from 76,
oh, yeah.
That's not bad. Here's Ramon Cabrera to lead it off in the top of the 5th. And Pete will speak. I mean, Pete's going to speak on Friday, and on Saturday with the Hall of Fame inductions, Pete will speak on the field again, and he'll speak on the field on Sunday when they retire his number 14. Foul down the first base line, and of course, we spoke of Barry Larkin. He'll be back. Johnny Bench will be back. Davey Concepcion, Tony Perez. All those Hall of Famers will be there to honor the retirement of number 14 on Sunday. And Saturday, I don't think, since you and I have been doing, I don't remember only one guy going into the Hall of Fame. Usually it's multiple people, yeah. So it's that special for Pete. Here's the 0-2. Cabrera fouls it off. Should be a wonderful weekend for young Reds, old Reds, memories, stories, and education all at the same time. Cabrera hanging in at 0-2. He struck out looking in the 3rd. .94 high and out of the strike zone, swing and a miss. Cabrera's 0 for 2 with the strikeout. That's 4 strikeouts for Norris. And Norris will pitch to Morris. One strike to the Reds pitcher, tries to hold on it, can't do it, and it's 0-2. Well, Norris has feasted on the bottom of the Reds order, getting 3 of his 4 strikeouts to this point. A little wide, 2-2. As usual, Billy Hatcher in the third base coach's box for the Reds, with Jose Peraza in the on-deck circle. Top of the order due up next. And Freddie Benavides is down at first for the Reds. 5 strikeouts for Norris, 2 away. Back to the top of the order, Peraza. Hey, parents, don't forget, give your son or daughter an experience they'll never forget this summer with the official Reds baseball and softball camps presented by United Healthcare. Campers will receive their own uniform, special instruction from a Reds coach, guest appearance by a current Red star, and more. Sign up today at reds.com/camps. That's usually a place where Billy Hatcher shows up, and boy, is he great with those clinics, isn't he?
He's wonderful with the kids. Those clinics are well organized, and they do such a good job. Every kid just comes away with a smile and a little bit more expertise about how to play baseball. But most of the time, they have fun all day long.
Pumping strikes is Bud Norris. Here's Peraza, popped up, struck out 0 for 2. Jose getting another taste of the major leagues, where you figure very soon he'll be up here on a regular basis. 1 ball, 1 strike. Showing bunt off the plate. They'll have to hustle if it stays fair. The throw to first won't nearly be in time, and Freeman does a good job of stopping it from going all the way down the right field line.
I think Bud Norris knew how fast Peraza really was. He would never even thrown that ball. Because once they realize this ball is going to stay fair and you've got to field it. Now right here you have an option. You could take it and leave it go maybe foul, but it probably wasn't going to do that, and Peraza's already well past the back.
You know, the kid's only a rookie, but there's a lesson for Billy Hamilton in how he bunted that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Bunt the ball first. So runner on. He just does get back. We'll see if the Reds will put Peraza in motion. In the minor leagues, he stole 219 of 275 attempts. That's 80%. And as Joe Morgan would say, and Barry Larkin would say, that's where you want to be. You want to be 80% or better. Norris to the stretch. Votto at the plate. Joey has walked twice. The man who negotiated the signing for the Braves of Peraza, former Red scout Johnny Alvarez, believes he's a 45 to 50 stolen base guy at the major league level. Short lead down at first. He's going. Man, he swiped that easy.
I mean, it kind of makes you anxious.
Yeah, you're right.
Impatient to see what the offense might look like with both Peraza and Billy Hamilton in the lineup. A couple of jackrabbits at the very top of the lineup. If they get on base, boy, they can be disruptive.
First stolen base for Peraza here at the National League year for the Reds. So here's Joey, runner in scoring position. 1 ball to Votto. That's in there at the top of the strike zone for a strike. Votto walked twice on 3-2 pitches already tonight. Trying to get home the tying run, sitting out at second. Breaking ball in there, and it's 1-2. You know, PERAZA did not have a big lead either. I mean, you figure as he matures and gets even a bigger lead, his base stealing ability will be even more enhanced. Tries to check it, can't do it. Votto's retired. The Reds will strand a runner. They've stranded a pair. They trail by 1. Tomorrow for the series finale against the Braves. Game coverage will start at noon right here on Fox Sports Ohio, or stream it live on Fox Sports Go. Swing into summer on Fox Sports Ohio, presented by Miller Lite. No Reds Live pregame show tomorrow, so Jeff Piccolo, Brian Giesenslaw, Dreamweaver, and Ron Millenor can sleep a little late. Dan Straley goes against Matt Whistler. Looking forward to seeing Whistler, Chris. Heard a lot of good things about him. And we know a lot of good things about Dan Straley this year.
You're right. Whistler's a very talented young pitcher who throws hard with a good hard breaking ball. Straley is a guy I really like watching how to pitch. And he pitches. He doesn't throw. And he has come a long way, Straley has, from being on the dump list by the San Diego Padres in exchange now for to the Reds and finally to the starting rotation and the Reds' most consistent starter.
1 ball, 1 strike to Jace Peterson. That's inside.
One season for Straley is reached maybe the depths of his lowest point of his professional baseball career to maybe getting back there to the height of it.
3 teams in the span of a week before the season starts. And Chris, I mean, you've changed teams, but to have that happen at the start of the season, you're wondering, right?
Well, you're right.
2 balls, 1 strike to the second baseman. That's wide, and it's 3-1. Casey Kelly, who pitched in game 1 of the series, is up and loosening in the bullpen for the Braves. And there's ball 4. So a leadoff walk. And that'll bring up Tyler Flowers, the catcher. And I'm not sure, but if Morris is all right, I mean, the way Cabrera's looking at it, and he keeps looking at the bench. I don't know. I think they're maybe just looking for signs, but they're
looking for the doctor.
He doesn't look comfortable. He just does not look comfortable. He looked at Cabrera, and the look on his face told you that there's something not right here. Tomas Vera out to check him. Brian Price, Mark Riggins along with him. Body language not good there, Chris. They're talking about the shoulder. That's not good.
That's not good at all.
Josh Smith up and loosening in the bullpen. Ah, boy. Thomas Vera says, take him out, take him out. No, don't take a risk, don't take a chance. And
boy, how many times has Brian Price,
the look on his face tells you all you need to know.
Either in a situation where you've got a pitcher injured, or a situation where you send somebody out there and he can't get the job done, and then you all of a sudden have to do an emergency call to the bullpen. That's a real shame for A.J. Morris, because he was getting a chance of maybe pick up a win if the Reds could have picked up a couple of runs here tonight.
He's bounced around the minor leagues. You can see the emotion on his face as he left. You know, I think a guy who had his chance finally making it to the major leagues this year. Let's hope it's not very serious, but obviously anytime you start talking about elbow or shoulders, you keep your fingers crossed, and we wish only the best for AJ. So while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Oakmont Country Club for the 116th U.S. Open Championship. Live coverage begins tomorrow on FS1 at 10 a.m. and continues through the final round on Sunday on the Big Fox. You can also catch it live on Fox Sports Go. So the Open looming on Fox, we thought we would ask some of the golfers on the Reds, who's your pick?
He's good and he's young, so I mean he's got a lot of good years ahead of him. I was a big fan of Mickelson growing up. He's left-handed, I'm left-handed, so that's kind of why. But you know, it's either between them two. Those are two of my favorite right now, but we'll see.
I'm rolling with Jason Day. He's the best one out there right now, so you know I'm dealing with him.
If I had to pick one, it'd be Ricky Fowler. I enjoy the way he plays and how he doesn't take life too seriously, and he's fun to watch.
And nice to see Billy Hatcher pick my cousin Jason Day. Conditions are going to be unbelievable at Oakmont, unbelievably difficult, and they'll be looking like me hacking out there tomorrow.
All right, JD, who you picking?
Well, I've got to go with Jason Day.
Yeah.
The Westerville, Ohio native.
And
not native, I should say. He lives in Westerville, Ohio. He's from Australia. And indeed, not my real cousin.
A little, yeah, we will clear that up for everybody.
Yeah, he's Australian.
Thank you, mate.
All right.
Christopher, who are you picking?
Well, you just can't pick one. So I like Jason Day, Mickelson, Ricky Fowler, Adam Scott. But I think the guy who I think is due is Matt Kuchar.
Ah, good. That's a good choice.
You got to keep it fair. It's a long course, obviously. They got a par 3 that's 288 yards. A par 3. But
and you watch all the previews, and you know, I mean, Jordan Spieth. It looks like if he can control the greens, he could be in there. Rory McIlroy, if he can stay out of the rough as a long hitter.
I love the coverage. I really do. I can't wait to hear Paul Azinger and my main man Steve Flesh calling it from out on the course. So Fox covers that golf in a great way, and I can't wait for it this weekend.
I'm going with the sentimental guy. I'm going with the lefty, Mickelson.
He's due.
Here's Josh Smith, who will take over for A.J. Morris, and as soon as we hear anything on A.J.'s situation, we'll pass it on to you. But you could see by the discussion that Tomas Vera, the assistant trainer, had with him, he said, take him out, and a look of pain on his face. And there goes the runner. Here comes the throw from Cabrera. Will be in the dirt, and it'll be a stolen base.
Well, that's a play right out of the playbook of Bobby Cox right there, isn't it? I mean, the first pitch after something happens, and in this case, the pitcher leaves with an injury. So the new pitcher comes in, takes as long as he wants to warm up on the game mound. And before you kind of settle back into the rhythm of the game, you put a play on, a hit and run, a stolen base, something like that. And Bobby Cox and Sparky Anderson were both two managers that very much embraced that strategy.
Stolen base for Peterson. So he's in scoring position. That's a foul ball to the right. And really, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Freddie Gonzalez was the manager here. Of course, he studied under Bobby. He would do that. And Brian Snitker has been in the organization for 40 years. So he comes from the Bobby Cox school of thought, too. He's now the manager after taking over for Freddie. There's Brian. What a great job he's done over the years in the minor leagues for the Braves. He's seen it all. 1,200 wins at the minor league level. No balls, 2 strikes to Flowers, trying to get him to fish for it, won't do it. Josh Smith has had a couple of pretty good outings for the Reds, and you know, Chris, he's made that transition from starter to seeing where he is right now. It takes a while to adjust, and it looks like he's getting more comfortable in it.
Well, it takes a little while sometimes to get out there and actually convince yourself that your stuff is good enough to get big league hitters out.
In the dirt, swing and a miss. They'll get an out. It's a strikeout, 2-3 on the putout. That's strikeout number 1 for Smith, out number 1 for him. Runner still at second. Here comes Eric Ivar. Flied out, double in a couple of runs. Josh has been on the Teddy Power shuttle back and forth from Louisville. Came up the last time the 3rd week of May. Pitched against Oakland the other day and threw a scoreless in 5th and 6th inning. Pitched well in that outing, and Brian Price hoping to get the same from him here. Just appears to be more aggressive, appears to be more in tune with what the Reds want from him in the bullpen of late. And they're trying to get together with the runner out at second on the signs. Down and in 1-1. Pitcher Norris hitting in the 9th spot on deck for the Braves. He holds on it, and it's 2-1. All of Josh's appearances down in Louisville, whereas a starter for Teddy Power. And up here, he's found a niche in his bullpen. This one hit up through the middle, and that'll be a base hit. That'll get a run in. So the stolen base, here comes the throw to the plate, will nearly be in time, and unable to cut it. The runner will go from first to second. So Ibar singles in a run and winds up at second. So it's now 5-3 Atlanta. Ibar in scoring position.
Now the second consecutive time at the plate that Ibar was able to get a base hit and drive a run in. This time, though, that Tyler Holt comes firing in, and because that ball was so high and over everybody's head, their runner went right into second base. Good heads up running by Ibar. Not tidy defense tonight here by the Reds.
So missing the cutoff man cost the Reds at least an out. They wouldn't have had the runner at the plate, but they could have had Ibar at second. So here's Brandon Snyder, who will come in and pinch hit as they call Norris back. So Norris will put in his 5 innings and exit with at least a 5-3 lead here in the 5th inning. Ibar, good speed off second. Snyder, another guy who just called up from AAA, has pinch hit a lot for the club this year. Numbers on Norris: 5 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. He walked 2 and he struck out 7. And right now he stands to be the winner. Classify him as one of those career minor leaguers. Appeared in nearly 1,000 minor league games. Big swing. Came up with Baltimore back in 2013 for a brief stint late in the season. And figured to spend most of the year down at AAA, but he's got a shot here in the majors. There's a swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. And as near as we can tell, A.J. Pierzynski might be available later in the game to pinch hit. He did not start again tonight with that sore left shoulder after being hit by the ball in the on-deck circle the other day. 2-2. Swing and a miss. There is strikeout number 2 in the inning for Josh. Second out of the inning. So 2 away, runner out at second, and here's Alex Smith, the leadoff hitter.
That little slider that Josh Smith has right there is good enough to get big league hitters out. Now you're at the bottom of the order. You're obviously you struck out Flowers and the pitcher Norris, but still, if you throw it at that spot, you get hitters out at any level. And that's really only the difference that for Josh Smith and a lot of guys who are making good money at the major leagues is location on that pitch.
Down the left field line, curving, it'll be foul. Well, they're hoping this guy can nail down the leadoff spot. They've hit him around the order, and now with the Braves where they are, struggling with an 18-46 record, he's going to get a chance to play on a regular basis, either center or left, and a chance to see what he can do in the leadoff spot. Strike 1 delivery, down and in, and that appears to be his weak spot as we've seen in this series. One of those kids, Chris, that the more you talk to him, the more you see him, he gets it. I mean, Dale Murphy was telling us he's very pleased with the way he's come along. He's got a great attitude. He's great in the clubhouse, great in the community, and he wants to learn. I mean, those are prerequisites to being successful with the ability that he has up here. 0-2 in the dirt.
You know, one thing about a guy like Smith, who is a very speedy hitter, left-hander, and he's been trained and coached to spray the ball. So when you get a ball in the outer part of the plate, you're used to hitting everything to left field, hit it up the middle. So all of a sudden that creates a weakness on the inner part of the plate, especially down and in, because you're not used to pulling the ball. And that's where they might go one more time.
Down to first, but foul.
It's really tough for even big league hitters to cover every inch of that strike zone. I mean, you just can't do it. So all hitters have strengths, certain parts of the zone, and all hitters have weaknesses. For really good hitters, those strengths and weaknesses move around a little bit, and the weaknesses are very small and the strengths are very big.
1-2. Down to first. Votto has it. He'll tap the bag. They'll retire the leadoff hitter. But the stolen base after the walk cashed in by Eric Ibar. 5-3. Lead belongs to the Braves. Heroes during the Reds Hall of Fame induction weekend, June 24th through the 26th at the ballpark. Saturday, June 25th, arrive early. See the Hit King honor during a special Hall of Fame induction ceremony presented by PNC Bank. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/Pete. And Pete will talk both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from the field. So everybody that goes all weekend long will get a chance to hear the Hit King talk his love for Cincinnati. And first, the 76 team, then the Hall of Fame, then his number retirement. Speaking of numbers, there's number 47. 47 games left. And tonight, now that this game has become official in between innings, Tom Glavine, Hall of Famer, gets to peel off his number 47. A couple of Cy Youngs, and you had a lot of conversations with him over the years, Chris, about pitching.
Well, that guy just really learned how to pitch. He didn't throw as hard as most of everybody who's in the major leagues right now. But boy, he could throw that ball where he wanted to, and he got the feel of how to change speeds and get the hitters to kind of play into his game rather than the other way around.
There's Casey Kelly in for his second appearance against the Reds in the series. He had a one-inning appearance in Game 1 of the series. The son of Reds minor league manager Pat Kelly, and a guy we watched over all the years from when he was just a youngster. Great multi-sport athlete, great high school football player, high school pitcher. He's battled after being signed by the Red Sox, playing pitching both and hitting as well as pitching in his early minor league days, battling through Tommy John surgery. Great to see him back at the major league level, Chris.
It is. You know, when he first signed, he had to make a decision whether he wanted to be a position player or whether he wanted to be a pitcher. He went the pitching route. He hurt his arm. It took him a long time to get back. I'll tell you to watch his delivery now, and I didn't see him pitch a whole lot when he was younger, but he reminds me a little bit of Jake Peavy, the way he kind of jumps at it a little bit.
What an enjoyable young man. It's been great to watch him grow and develop. No balls, 2 strikes to Brandon Phillips, who digs in. That fastball is up high. And if you look at him, he's had good mechanics his whole career, and you wonder, I mean, sometimes you just can't figure out why Tommy John gets you.
Well, because you throw harder than your arm can take it.
Down and away. Hey, and he threw for over 4,000 yards as high school quarterback. That may have had something to do with it, too.
Well, you know, though, if you look at the players that get Tommy John surgery, for the most part, they're the hard throwers.
2-2.
And of course, you don't know before MRIs how many pitchers had blown ulnar collateral ligaments and just simply pitched through it and
Back
put
then,
up with the pain.
He just had a dead arm. Full count, 3-2 to Brandon. Down to third. Smothered by Garcia. Here's a long throw. It'll kick away into the dugout, and Phillips will wind out at second. Great stop by Garcia at third.
Nice play by Garcia. He tries to get a grip on that ball. He ends up throwing off balance. Freeman tries to close pick it. He can't do that, and probably an error and a hit in that play. Hit that goes to Brandon, an error for Garcia. It is odd, though, and kind of strange the way scoring works in baseball, where a guy makes a tremendous play to stop a ball, and he ends up with an error. If that ball gets by him, it's very possible that Brandon Phillips gets on second base anyway with a double.
So the Reds will have a runner at second. The leadoff runner here in the 6th scored a straight error. No hit, just an error. And here's Bruce. That's plunked into left center field. Here comes Brandon around third. Jay Bruce has delivered once again. Bruce doubled his last time up, and here he knocks in Phillips, and the Reds are back to within 1, 5-4.
Now 3 times to left field tonight for Jay Bruce. One all the way to the wall in left field for an out. The other 2 were shorter style and more effective. Double and a single here. This one produces a run. I'll tell you, this is an entirely different Jay Bruce that we're seeing here in 2016 that we saw last year.
Still no one out. Bruce down at first, and here comes Adam Duvall. A sacrifice fly plated the Reds' second run. This one hit deep to right, going back, looking up, forget it. That's off the top of the wall. Here comes Bruce around third, and they'll hold him there. Wow, the other way, he put a charge into one. Jay Bruce just looked at the bench and said, "That didn't go out." Take a look. Here's his 16th 2-bagger, Chris.
I really thought when it came off the bat it had a chance to go out of here, and you really have to hit one to go out opposite field at Turner Field. Now Jay Bruce is going to go about 3/4 of the way to second base before he has to wait to see if it does go out or not. It goes out near the top of the wall.
He thinks it's gone.
And he'll end up on third base after he puts it back into gear. Billy Hatcher will say, hold it right there with nobody out. Why take the chance?
So second and third, still no one out for Duvall, his 16th double of the season. And here comes Ivan De Jesus Jr. Ball 1 to him. Kroll is up and loosening in the bullpen for the Atlanta Braves. A base hit here, and the Reds can come all the way back and take the lead. De Jesus bounced out to short. That knocked in the Reds' third run in the 4th inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Duvall missed a home run by about a foot in right center field. Ball and a strike. And that's wide.
Well, you know, when Ivan De Jesus had such a horrible month of April, he batted 133, and you look at his numbers now, he's at 224, and you say, oh, he's not a very good hitter. But, I mean, ever since April turned the clock, he hit 281 in May. He's hitting 333 in the month of June. So he has hung with it, stayed right in there, and beginning to turn things around.
Braves got a run in the first and 3 in the third to lead 4-0. The Reds got 3 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, and 1 here in the sixth.
Kind of like last night's game.
Seesaw battle so far. 2-2. Line drive, center field. That's going to get both of them in. Here comes Bruce across the plate. Here comes Duvall, and the Reds have battled all the way back after trailing 4-0. They now lead it 6-5. Good swing by Ivan De Jesus Jr. He picks up his second and third runs batted in of the night. Now 12 on the season.
Really shortened. He got his hands inside real close and just tried to put the bat on the ball and drove it into center field.
Agondo has joined Kroll, loosening in the bullpen. That'll put a little smile on your face.
And probably your dad's face.
You're not kidding. Mom and Pop celebrating with him via the television right now. Here's Tyler Holt. Check swing, fouled off. An error started it all. A single, a double, and a single. And the Reds have taken the lead. A strikeout and a foul ball out for Holt. Cabrera on deck. Well, the 3 runs batted in by Ivan De Jesus Jr. ties his career high with the 3 tonight. That's the 4th time he's done that in his career. There's the 0-1. Down and away for a ball. The Reds started it all with a 3-run inning last night, and that was enough to pace them after the Jay Bruce 3-run homer to a 3-1 victory over the Braves. And here tonight they've had to come back with 2 3-run innings and now lead it 6-5. There goes the runner. Here comes the pitch. It's popped into center. Long run for the center fielder Enciarte, and the throw back to first. They'll double him up. Well, sending the runner, if it had been anybody else than either Malik Smith or Enciarte, 2 outstandingly speedy outfielders in center field, might have been first and third. Instead, it's a double play. Great play by Enciarte.
It really is. I mean, he writes himself in a hurry, and that throw is on the money.
Great catch, bounces up, and the throw is just as good as a catch. And De Jesus is doubled up. Not his fault, nothing he could do about it. Running on the pitch. Pitches up and into Cabrera, the number 8 hitter. Selski's in the on-deck circle if he keeps the inning alive. Cabrera 2 strikeouts on the night. Ripped down the right field line towards the pole. It will be just foul. It kept curving. Cabrera kept praying as he ran down the first base line, looking up at it, and in the last 30 or 40 feet it took a right-hand turn, and we'll try it again. 1 ball and 1 strike. Take a look, Chris.
We've got cameras everywhere, don't we?
That's a bouncer down to short, right through the legs of Ibar.
Well, you can see that coming.
Yep.
They're going to have to give Ibar an error on that, even though it was hit hard by Cabrera, but he just let that ball play him.
Skids between the legs.
Base hit.
That's an error on the shortstop Ibar. Selski was in the on-deck circle, and he will be called back, and Smith will come to the plate and hit for himself. So Josh will come up looking for his first hit. Strike one to the Reds pitcher. So Bud Norris had a lead when he left and was looking at a W. Right now he will get a no decision. And on the other end of that, Anthony DeSclafani, who left after 2 2/3 of 5 hits and 4 runs, only one of them earned. He gets a no decision as well. Bounce right back to the pitcher. Kelly has it, but the Reds 3 in the 4th and now 3 here in the 6th. They've taken a 6-5 lead in Atlanta.
And leads 6-5 going to the bottom of the 6th. Let's update you on some Reds rehabbing. And we're talking about Michael Lorenzen and Raisel Iglesias. Both pitched today. Lorenzen this afternoon with Louisville. 1 inning and 3 strikeouts. It was a quick inning. He just mowed them down. And Raisel Iglesias goes 2 innings tonight. He actually started the game for Pensacola and went 2 innings. The plan is still for both of these guys to pitch out of the bullpen. Good signs from both. And Brian Price even said that we could see these guys most likely at the end of this road trip. So it's going to be sooner rather than later, barring anything unforeseen.
Hey, JD, how'd the Bats do today?
They won.
Good.
They indeed won.
I know a whole bunch of Reds employees took the trip down there to watch the ball game this afternoon.
4-2 over Syracuse.
Yeah, smiling scoreboard for the Bats over Syracuse. Well, Josh is still in there. He had a solid inning, and now he can pick up a W if he can keep it right where it is. Enciarte, the number 2 hitter, will lead it off. Enciarte tonight doubled in a run in the first, popped up and grounded out. 1 for 3. Enciarte, Freddie Freeman, and Garcia due up. early in this game, Chris. Still a whole long way to go, but you kind of get the feeling, the way things have gone in the last couple of weeks, starting in Colorado, that this team can get off the mat, something they didn't do earlier.
Well, they're beginning to play some teams that they match up a little better with, like the Oakland A's they match up better with, although they took it right to the Washington Nationals. Reds did. They come down here playing against a Braves team that has had a horrible time trying to win here at home. And they're taking advantage so far in this series.
Phillips to VOTTO, one away here in the bottom of 6. That'll bring up Freeman. He's the one guy they've had trouble getting out this whole series. And again, 2 more hits, a double and a triple for Freddie. He's 2 for 3. Well, you look at the Reds dugout with Brian Price and his bench coach Jim Riggleman. Over in the other dugout, Brian Snitker, who took over last month for Freddie Gonzalez, who was relieved of his duties in the last year of his contract. And next to him is one of the all-time great clutch performers for the St. Louis Cardinals, and then here in Atlanta, that's Terry Pendleton. Pendleton, longtime first base coach here. He was a hitting coach for many years under Bobby Cox, then became the first base coach as Kevin Seitzer, the hitting coach next to him. He's now the bench coach. And many people thought years ago that he would be the heir apparent here as the manager. There's the 1 ball to Freeman. In the air, deep to left. Duval back at the wall. It is gone. Boy, Freeman has come alive against the Reds. He had a single, double, and homer in game 1. Tonight he's got a double, triple, and homer in game 3, and we are tied at 6. Home run number 11 for Freeman.
Boy, is this impressive. I mean, the Reds have already found out, however, that down and in is not maybe the best place to pitch Fred Freeman, because he has had pitches down and in both times up tonight previous, a double and a triple result. That time he goes out the back door for a home run.
PERAZA backhand, long throw. What a play by PERAZA. In the hole, a backhand. He bounced up and threw a strike to VOTTO. There's a preview, Chris, of what a lot of folks have told us in the Atlanta organization that this young man can do.
You know, a lot of people said that PERAZA can't play shortstop. I've not seen him play enough to make that determination, but he certainly has enough arm. And thank you, Adonis Garcia, for not running it out hard.
Great play by PERAZA, giving Cozart a breather tonight. So second out of the inning, and here's Markakis. So a brand new ball game all over again, tied at 6 here in the 6th. Center field, Holt back, looking up, warning track, reaching up, and he holds on.
Nice catch.
Great job by Holt. Tyler, great first step, and he tracks it down at the warning track. Tied at 6, going to the 7th. Of the game tonight in a 6-6 ball game. Eric Ibar 2 for 3, a double, 3 runs batted in. The double made it 4-0 in the third. The single made it 5-3. They had the lead, but Jay Bruce has chimed in too. Bruce 2 for 3, a double, 2 runs batted in, and a couple of runs scored for Bruce. Now 51 runs batted in on the season. How about Ivan De Jesus Jr.? A career high tying 3 runs batted in, including a go-ahead base hit in the 6th inning that gave the Reds a 6-5 lead. And oh yeah, Freddie Freeman, he continues ripping Reds pitching. A double, a triple, and a homer. The second 3-hit game of the series. He's within a single of the cycle. That's tied the game at 6, and that's where we are. Freeman's got the leather on now. He's back at first, and the Reds go back to work. Kroll is on his way in to take over on the mound. In this 6-6 ball game.
Well, Ian Kroll, left-hander, came over from the Tigers last year in the offseason during November when the Braves and the Tigers got together to make a trade. He came over in a deal that sent Cameron Maybin to Detroit.
By the way, Chris, they've now changed the ruling on Brandon Phillips' 2-base error to lead off the 6th. It is now a single and an error that allowed him to go to second. So give Brandon a base hit and the error that allowed him to go to second. Chris Withrow loosening in the Atlanta pen, and J.J. Hoover, who pitched 2 effective innings last night, loosening in the Reds bullpen. Peraza popped up, struck out, and then reached on a bunt hit and stole a base in the 5th. His first stolen base for the Reds this year. Dribble foul, 0-2. 6 runs, 7 hits, and an error for the Reds. 6 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Braves, and miscues have figured into the scoring for both teams. Oh, 2. Fastball at 94. Up and out of the strike zone. Kroll started the year down at AAA, called up in May. Picked up during the winter from Detroit in exchange for Cameron Maybin. 2-2. Down to third. That's a foul ball. Ryan Price giving Zach Cozart the day off today. There is a day off for the Reds on Monday on the road trip, but the heat gets to you down here, so Cozart gets the day off. That's a bouncer towards the hole. Backhanded by Ibar. Long throw. And they just do get him. He gets down the line pretty quick. And also giving Suarez a day off too. Those are long strides, Chris.
Well, a very smooth runner too, and it's not just speed. I mean, speed alone doesn't make a baseball player, or this would be a field full of sprinters out there. You got to be able to hit the ball. You've got to be able to field, obviously. I like Peralta's swing, and I think the speed is just a little added icing that everybody always wants a little more athleticism on their team, because it'll help you on defense and it oftentimes helps you on offense.
You're along with Lou Piniella, talking to Lou after watching Peraza in spring training. He said he likes his swing too, likes his bat speed, and that's something that Lou always looks for. Strike 1 to VOTTO. Joey 2 walks and a strikeout tonight. Two and one. The 2 walks today stretch his consecutive game on base streak back to 16 now with the 2 walks. That's a fastball missing down and in, and it's 3-1. Talk about the Reds hitting in home run power in June. Same story for Joey. In June he's hit .326 with the 2 homers and the 5 runs batted in. That was after, like the rest of the Reds, he hit .229 in April. And even lower than that, 200 in May. Hunter Cervenka loosening in the bullpen for the Braves now. Braves have Alvarez, Cervenka, and Kroll from the left side. Withrow and Cervenka up loosening right now. And from the right side, we did get a chance to see, there's the pitch to Votto, fouled off towards the left field line. It'll be in the seats. We did get a chance to see Jimmy Johnson in this series, and Johnson, who once was the closer, a 50 save guy for Baltimore, that's the best I've seen him throw in a while. I mean, the legs are back under him, and it looks like the arm is back too. He's a formidable force in that bullpen.
He is, and he's a guy that has a track record that is pretty impressive.
Full count to Votto. They set up down. Line drive center field right on the button. A base hit for Votto. So Joey's on for the 3rd time. The go-ahead run on for the Reds, and here comes Brandon Phillips.
Well, you talk about bat speed, and Votto's got it. I mean, that is a short, compact, right to the ball swing. If you come out early enough to watch batting practice, you see Votto do that. Rarely do you see him trying to hit the ball into the upper deck, pull the ball, anything like that. You know, he wants to see that ball go right over the infield, dive down on a humpback line drive with a base hit on it.
Well, Votto's on. There'll be a pitching change while it takes place. We'll take time out with these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Quarterfinals begin as Clint Dempsey and the U.S. men's national team put their championship dreams on the line for a spot in the semis. It's win or go home as the USA takes on Ecuador tomorrow at 8 Eastern on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. All right, they've gone lefty to righty. You have to figure that Brian Snitker had hoped that Kroll could get through both lefties, but he's going to bring in the righty to face Brandon Phillips with Jay Bruce due up next. Votto spoiled the strategy with a base hit. Here's Brandon, lined out, singled, and was credited with a single. Went to second on an error his last time up. Votto off first in this 6-6 game in the 7th. Big swing by Brandon. This evolving bullpen, just like the Reds bullpen, with people coming and going, changed again when Withrow joined the team the 26th of May for his second stint with the club, coming up from AAA. Inside, Phillips didn't like the call and will step out 0-2.
Well, Withrow's a former #1 pick for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Made it to the major leagues a few years ago. Age 24, he's now 27.
Came from the Dodgers about a year ago, but spent the rest of the year on the disabled list after elbow surgery. Right field, Markakis back, has it measured. Votto will go halfway, then retreat 2 away. So 2 out, runner still on first, and yep, they'll bring in the other lefty. Here comes Brian Snitker. He's got Cervenka loosening out there, and it looks like he'll bring him in. So taking no chances. I mean, the Braves don't win that often, especially at home in a tie game. He's going to bring in the lefty to face Jay Bruce. And while the pitching change takes place, we'll take time out for these messages. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Game with all the info you need for that day's game with the Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. There will be no Reds Live prior to tomorrow's game. Both Jeff Percoro and Brian Giesenslaw have it in their contracts. They do not have to do Reds Live before noon. They will be with us for post-game Reds Live tonight, though. Well, it will be at the very least a 3-pitcher inning for Brian Snitker. They'll bring in the lefty to face Jay Bruce. And our old buddy Kevin Barnes, who's helping us with stats here, had the best line of the night, Chris. Withrow's on a 3-pitch limit. That's why he left. Good job, Kev. Here's Jay. Bruce, a double and a single. Couple of runs batted in with Votto still sitting at first. Facing the lefty, Cervenka. He appeared yesterday and warmed up the day before. And facing Jay here in game 3 of the series. Bruce flied to left, then doubled to left. The fly ball to left was all the way to the wall. Then in the 4th, after a walk to Votto and a single by Phillips, he doubled in a run to left, then singled in a run to left to get the Reds within 1, 5-4. There's the 1-1 delivery. Right on that, fouled off 1-2.
Yeah, that's one of the ways you tell when you're pitching to a hitter whether he's seen the ball well, swinging well, or just not. And Bruce looks good when he takes pitches just off the corner. He looks good when he fouls them back. And pitchers know that. I mean, you know, you said he was right on it. He was right on it.
1-2. Flowers flips his signs and wants it away. He's setting up, down, and away. And Bruce hangs in there, fouls it off. He's thinking right along with him. And you know the story of Jay. I mean, they've been pitching him away, so he'll go away, especially tonight. But no one in the last 4 years has more home runs off left-handed pitching than Jay Bruce. 1-2. There goes Votto. They don't even look at him, and there'll be no throw as it's dropped by Flowers. So Joey will pick up the stolen base. For Votto, that's his 5th of the year. And now he's in scoring position. Sneak attack by the Reds first baseman, Chris.
He's got such a short lead that it's a total sneak attack, because you don't think there's no way a guy with a lead that short is going to try to steal a base. Kind of like what Todd Frazier used to do, take a kind of walking lead off the first base. Pitcher look over, he's only 1.5 feet off the bag. So why would you throw over?
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Reds a base hit away from taking the lead again. Down the third, past Hatcher, foul.
That's the pitch right there that when Jay Bruce is going bad, it's a swing and a miss. His front shoulder would fly open, his head would come off the ball, and he'd swing right over the top of it. He has fouled off 2 very good pitches from Cervenka here in this at bat, just to stay alive.
2-2 again from the lefty. Rip, but foul down the right field line. Cervenka is wondering, what can I pull out of my bag? Nice catch by the ball boy down the right field line. How about that? Good job. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Bruce. And they're coming back in this time. Down low. Full count to Jay, with Votto representing the go-ahead run, sitting out at second. Spoiled a pretty good pitch.
If I didn't know better and actually see Joey Votto standing out at second base, I would think that this was Votto at the plate. This is very much a Joey Votto at bat that Jay Bruce is giving the Reds right here. Fouling off a lot of pitches, pitch after pitch, frustrating the pitcher. Hanging right in there. Votto with a sneak attack stolen base puts himself in scoring position.
10th
hit anywhere will score him.
10th pitch of this at bat. 3-2 again. Setting up down and away this time. Popped him up. So he finally wins the battle. Bruce slams his bat down to the turf. And the Reds will strand a runner. We will stay tied at 6 going to the bottom of 7.
at Turner Field for the Braves, and they will be not only leaving the Turner Field history behind, but Fulton County Stadium, which sat right next door and out beyond the outfield. They still remember their days, Fulton County Stadium. In fact, in the parking lot out there, they have the infield that is in brick. And you'll see a good close-up look of it here. The brick going up to home plate. Boy, a lot of great batters strolled to that plate over the years. And the most iconic memory of all, Hank Aaron hit career home run number 715, April 8th, 1974 at that stadium. And they still have the spot commemorated with the actual fence out there. One of the greatest moments of all time.
Well done, JD. Of course, they'll be playing football. Georgia State will play football in here next year. They'll be playing baseball over at that area next year too. Georgia State will. And the Braves will be moving 20 miles north of here to Cobb County. Here's J.J. Hoover trying to repeat what he did last night. 2 important innings for the Reds last evening in a game the Reds won 3-1. Hoover came in and had a 1-2-3 7th, hit a batter in the 8th, but got out of it with a double play. So faced the minimum in 2 innings. Called up from Louisville and trying to keep it right where it is here in the 7th. Jace Peterson bounced out, reached on Joey Votto's error in the 3rd that opened the door for 3 runs for the Braves. This was last night, Chris, and it was good to have him back. They needed him.
Oh, they did. He made a nice play to get it going. JJ did, and it was an easy couple of innings for him. Made it look effortless. Keep the ball on the corners and keep it down, and it can be effortless.
Hit hard but fouled on the first base line. Peterson walked his last time up and stole a base. DeSclafani started 2 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, but only 1 of them was earned after the error by Joey Votto. Struck out 2 and walked 3. That's down and away. A.J. Morris pitched an inning and a 1/3 and allowed 1 hit, but had to leave the game when he exhibited some discomfort in the right shoulder. Obvious distress when he left the game with assistant trainer Tomas Vera. Phillips scoops, throws, and they got Peterson at first for the first out of the 7th. No report yet from the Reds on A.J. Morris status. Josh Smith went 2 innings, and here's Hoover in the 7th. J.J.'s time at Louisville, he had 11 appearances for the Bats, was 0-1 with an ERA of just over 3. 13 plus innings and 12 hits. But he allowed only 1 home run during that time. His bugaboo early was the home run ball. Fly ball center field. Here comes Tyler Holt. Won't get there in time. Off the end of the bat, and like a dying quail, it dropped behind second base.
Flowers has been chasing out low and outside breaking ball the entire series. Walking a couple of strikeouts and barely got enough of that one to get into the outfield. But that is the go-ahead run.
So here's Ibar, flied out, doubled in a couple of runs, and then singled in a run. Jeff Francoeur is on deck. Ibar steps out, looks at Bo Porter, who's rolling through some signs down in the third base coach's box. Ball and a strike. One thing Brian Snitker has done since taking over, he's run more, hit and run more, run and hit more. Of course, at the top of the lineup, he has speed with Flowers down at first. Very unlikely that he would do anything, but he's tried to push the envelope to try to make this club more aggressive. He rolls through some signs down in the first base dugout. Flowers off first. Not much speed down at first for Flowers. Not going. Pitch is in there for a strike. 1-2. Ibar 0 for 1 in his previous matchups with J.J. Hoover. With the pitcher spot due up next, Francoeur is 2 for 3 against Hoover in his career. That's high. 2-2. Bouncer towards the hole. That's going to go through into right. Flowers will stop at second. So the go-ahead runs now out to second on the base hit by Ibar. Ibar's got 3 hits on the night. So 2 on, 1 out. And here comes Francoeur to pinch hit. Started, of course, here in Atlanta. Now 32 years of age. Last year, an outstanding pinch hitter. Hit over 350 for Philadelphia. 7 teams through his career. And back where he started here in Atlanta. Hoover to the stretch with 2 on and 1 out. One ball from Hoover, and J.J. will step off. I mean, throughout his career, he's exhibited power. Early on, you thought he'd be a 280, 290 hitter. Succumbed to a lot of strikeouts through his career. You make a mistake, he'll hit it a long way. He will not get cheated with his swing, though.
Look how far he is away from the plate. And he never really dives in towards the plate. He kind of strides straight towards the pitcher. So what he's really looking for is something middle or inner third.
Just missed that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The veteran Jim Johnson, the former Baltimore closer, loosening in the bullpen for the Braves as both clubs are emptying their bullpen on this night. J.J. to the stretch. Here's the 1-2 with 1 out. Trying to expand the strike zone. He won't bite on that, and it's 2-2.
It's been a while since Francoeur has been an everyday player. Got to go back to 2012 when he was with Kansas City. But he's been with a lot of different teams.
7 all told. Got him on the fastball. What a perfect spot for it, too. So Francoeur is punched out. That's your second out of the inning, and now the Reds infield can drop back a step as we get back to the top of the order.
Well, he wasn't getting cheated, was he? Francoeur on a 2-strike count. He takes a hack like the count is 3-0.
So 2 away, back to the top of the order. Malik Smith reached on an infield hit, flied out, struck out, grounded out.
He's got a hole on the left side of the infield, and Hoover ought to be aware of that because you've got the third baseman playing in, the shortstop over near the runner.
In the air, Holt, Duval converging. Duval has room and will haul it in. So Hoover dodges a bullet after a couple of hits. We're still tied at 6 going to the 8th. compiling scoreboard to you as we go to the 8th inning here in Atlanta. Duvall, De Jesus Jr. and Holt due up. J.J. Hoover got out of the 2-hit inning. Ross Ollendorf loosening in the bullpen, and here's a guy that's been in 500 major league games, twice over 50 saves. It's Jim Johnson coming in, Chris.
He's routinely pitching more than 70 games a year in the major leagues, quite a bit. Like he did that last year when you add up all the different games that he was in between Atlanta and the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Strike one to Duvall. Off balance swing, popped into left. Smith there will haul it in, and there's one away. Bud Norris started 5 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. Stood to be the winner until the Reds rallied. Kelly pitched an inning, Kroll a third of an inning, Withrow a third of an inning, and Cervenka. So already they've used 6 pitchers tonight. Here's De Jesus Jr., who bounced out, knocked in a run on a fielder's choice, and singled in 2 more runs to give the Reds a 6-5 lead back in the 6th. Reds trailed 4-0, came back to within 4-3, trailed 5-3, and then the De Jesus Jr. hit gave them the lead 6-5 until Freddie Freeman's homer tied it at 6.
Well, the pitcher Johnson was actually in a trade that included Jose Peraza and that whole deal, and Bronson Arroyo. They all went to Los Angeles in that deal, and Peraza eventually traded again almost immediately, where he ended up with the Reds. Johnson was released by the Dodgers last year and then signed last November for $2.5 million for the year to come here and pitch for the Braves.
Down to third, but foul. 1-2. .6'6", 250 pounds. Born in New York. This one looped into center, sinking. Inciarte does it again. Boy, speed's a wonderful thing. The Reds know it full well with Billy Hamilton in center field most of the time. That's the second time Inciarte has robbed the Reds of a potential base hit.
Off the end of the bat on a little bit of a slider, and Inciarte, boy, you know, I know he's got good speed, but he just seems to have good jumps on the ball, kind of in motion at the time, reading where that ball is going to come off the bat.
With 2 away, and here comes Tyler. Holt tonight popped up, struck out, and lined to center field when Inciarte came in, made a diving catch, then popped up and doubled off Ivan De Jesus Jr., who was running on the play, doubled him off at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Part of the Baltimore bullpen from 2006 for 8 years all the way up to 2013, and was really a stalwart in that pen.
And he's an example of what you can do if you don't have a lot of money to spend, but you want to bring a veteran in at the very end of your bullpen. Braves signed him for $2.5 million for one year, no guarantee beyond this year.
Down to third, it's a fair ball. Here comes Garcia's throw, and they get him.
Pretty good arm.
Nice job by Garcia against the speed of Holt. He gets him by half a step. Freddie Freeman due up second. He's got 3 hits already. We're tied at 6. to celebrate the legendary career of Pete during the Reds Hall of Fame induction weekend. Sunday, June 26, arrive early for a special on-field ceremony to retire Pete's number 14. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Don't forget, Pete will be able to speak all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, on the field. So whether you come Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, you'll get a chance to hear the Hit King talk from the field. On Friday, they'll cherish the memories from the '76 reunion. Over 20 former members of that '76 team will be there. Saturday, the Reds Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Sunday, the retirement day 2. Should be just a spectacular weekend, and hope you join us. Here's Ross Ohlendorf making his 29th appearance of the season. And Ciarte will lead it off. Good speed, good bunter, and he tries to do exactly that. Ohlendorf's become one of Brian Price's go-to guys late in the game, huh, Chris?
Well, he has. He's been a guy that's been fairly dependable, especially from being able to throw strikes. Although last time he pitched, he walked a couple of batters and ended up giving up a run. That was in the first game of the series.
Ohlendorf came in the 8th inning and gave up a home run to Garcia that tied the game at 8, and then the Reds went on to win the game in the 9th. In the dirt. It's been that kind of a year with short starts by starters early in the year. Not a lot of saves. The Reds were last in the league in save for 2 months, and a lot of the wins did come from the bullpenners. And Chris, a lot of one-run games this year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Ciarte doubled in a run in the first. Flied out, grounded out, grounded out. The speed on this club is jammed at the top of the order. Malik Smith and Ciarte. They're the guys who are threats to steal a base. Big windup for Ohlendorf.
Well, you're right, exactly right, George, about the one-run games. In fact, the Reds this year have already played 25 one-run games. They are 1 game under 500, which is about where you expect to be.
Line into left. Here comes Duvall there to get it. Good job of hitting by Ciarte. Great job of defensive placement by the Reds, and there's 1 away here in the 8th. Our Volkswagen drive of the game. Freddie Freeman had 3 hits and a homer in game 1 today. Double, triple, and this homer ties it at 6 in the 6th inning. His 11th homer of the season. $11 homers for Freddie Freeman. And this whole club has only 28 home runs. So you're talking about roughly 40% of the home runs come thanks to Freddie Freeman on the Braves club.
Well, you can just watch him stand up, and as tall as he stands in the batter's box, he tells me he wants to drop that bat head on a low pitch.
That's a strike.
It's a good spot to pitch in.
Great spot. Guy we just saw last weekend, the bench coach for Oakland, Mark Kotsay, had the last cycle. That was back in August of 2008. Braves have 6 different players who have hit for the cycle in their career. Before that, go back to 1987, and Albert Hall had it against Houston. That's the last time the Reds had a cycle. Eric Davis had it back in '87. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Setting up inside is Cabrera. 1-2. The double was to right, the triple was to right, the homer was over the fence and left. That's a call, strike 3. So Ollendorf gets through the big bat of this 8th inning, Freeman, and here comes Garcia.
He was probably the one guy this inning that Brian Price is thinking, if we can just get by him. And Ollendorf pulls a string on a little changeup, has some nice comeback action on it. On the block.
Well, here's Garcia. Bounced out, singled, grounded out, grounded out. Robbed of a hit on a great play by Peraza at short in the 6th.
That was a pretty styled call, strike 3 call by Marvin Hudson, wasn't it?
Gives you the slight hesitation.
Yeah.
Dutch Rennert style, right?
Dutch, you can hear all the way up in the upper deck.
That's right. Those memories. 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-1. Ross Ollendorf, big deep breath. Here's the 1-1 to the right-handed swinging Garcia. Up high. You know, there's some guys that are Princeton graduates and they want you to know they went to an Ivy League school. Ross Ollendorf is one of those guys that he's just like the guy next door. This ripped down the left field line, but curving foul. He may be the smartest guy in the room some of the time, but he's more interested in you than wanting you to be interested in him.
Well, you know, in this game, the guy in the batter's box doesn't care whether you went to Princeton or Princetown.
You're right. Two balls, 2 strikes. Just missed that one to Garcia. We'll try it again, 2-2. Boy, he hung in there with that swing. We'll try it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ripped down the line and fouled again. Eighth pitch of this at bat, just like the at bat when Garcia homered off Ollendorf. He's worked it deep. 2-2. And he got him. So the last time Garcia got Ollendorf, this time Ross works through 2 toughies, Freeman and Garcia. Going to the 9th, tied at 6. Ohio has been brought to you by Kroger. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger to save big store-wide. Great food, low prices, all at Kroger. And by Toyota. For over 30 offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Now, welcome to hot Atlanta. Temperatures in the 90s all week. Supposed to cool off a little bit tomorrow. Rain the last couple of days. In fact, the wind shifting dramatically right now, and the wind starting to swirl here at Turner Field. Bottom of the order for the Reds. Number 8, Ramon Cabrera will lead it off against Jim Johnson. Johnson had a 1-2-3 8th. The pitcher spot due up next. And Zach Cozart has moved into the on-deck circle. Cabrera loops one into left. That's a base hit. So Ramon reached on an error last time up. 0 for 3, gets his first hit here in the 9th. He represents the go-ahead run, and Cozart coming to the plate. We'll see if they'll run for him. Good job of taking that one away.
Yeah, just a little slap job into left field. That's just a good bit of hitting right there. I mean, you need a run, you need a man on base. Look on the radar, you've got a lot of rain coming in here in a hurry. That is Steve Selski going in to run for Cabrera at first base.
So Selski comes in. Barnhart will come in and pinch hit. Cozart called back to the dugout. Here's Barnhart. We'll see, do you sacrifice him? Barnhart shows bunt, takes a ball. And the rain's starting to drop, big time drops right now. So Barnhart pinch hitting for the pitcher Ohlendorf. And the fans, as the rain gets heavier and heavier, and there's some heavy thunderstorms in and around the area right now, moving in here. This becomes a factor in a number of different ways. Factor for the pitcher on the mound, factor for the batter, and of course, as the grass gets wet, any ball that hits the grass a little bit tougher to handle. Barnhart gets the bunt down. Garcia will go to second. They'll get the out. Garcia charging as soon as Barnhart squared, makes the play. So it goes 5-6. Barnhart on at first.
Well, you know, there's a time when you want to bunt it to the third baseman. And it's when there are first and second and nobody covering third base. When you have it, when you're trying to move the runner over to second base, it's always better to try to bunt it to the first baseman because he doesn't handle the ball and throw the ball normally as well as third basemen do. So nice play by Garcia. Not a great bunt by Tucker Barnhart.
So here's Peraza in the leadoff spot. Popped up, struck out, reached on a base hit and grounded out. Also a stolen base for him today. Votto on deck for the Reds as they turn the lineup over against the veteran right-hander Johnson. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Reds, 6 runs, 11 hits for the Braves on a night where errors have figured into runs for both teams. This one nubbed back, but fouling out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. Johnson, the last 2 appearances in this series, nothing but strikes most of the time. Oh, and 2. Peraza digs in. Votto on deck. This one hit one hop. They smother it and make the throw to first in time. Nice play by Ibar, the shortstop. Tough hop, but he handled it, turned it into 2. So Johnson gets some help from his defense. The rain's coming down. We're still tied at 6. 2 errors, 10 left on base. The Reds 6 runs, 9 hits, and an error, 4 left on base. If you joined us late, the story of it in the early going, the Braves put a run on the board on a run-scoring double by Arte in the first. They made it 4-0 in the third. They scored 3 runs, but the run scored after a Joey Votto error, those runs were unearned. So DeSclafani went 2 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, only 1 earned, and he exited the game. So the Braves at one point led 4-0. The Reds came back in the fourth to score 3. Walk to Votto to start it. Brandon Phillips single, a double by Bruce, sacrifice fly by Duvall, and a ground out by De Jesus, and the Reds moved to within 1, 4-3. Braves added another run in the 5th, another run in the 6th to lead it, and then the Reds put a 3 spot on the board in the 6th, and we are tied 6-6 after the home run by Freddie Freeman tied it. Well, here's J.C. Ramirez, who will take over. Ohlendorf pitches 1 inning. Ramirez will face Markakis, Jace Peterson, and Flowers. Tucker Barnhart stays in the game behind the plate. 14,953 paid attendance for tonight. Many of them that were here have been seeking shelter as the rain has been coming down for the better part of the last half inning. It stopped right now, but the radar shows rain all around the area. Markakis drills this one foul. Markakis tonight singled in the first, walked, grounded out, and then lined to center. Nice play by Holt to rob him of a hit. We're in the 9th, tied at 6. Markakis, for those years that Jim Johnson was in Baltimore, his teammate there. No balls, 2 strikes. Right down the middle for a strike. That's a call, strike 3, so 1 away. J.C. Ramirez gets the first out, and that's the 3rd straight strikeout by a Reds pitcher.
It seemed like Markakis was angry at the first pitch that was called a strike and never got over it in the entire at bat.
Ramirez will take the punch out, and here's Jace Peterson. He hit the ball down the first base line that Votto picked up with the bases loaded, tried to get a force at home, and the throw was wide. A run scored, and then that was followed by an Ibar double that plated 2 more runs. Peterson then walked in the 5th, stole a base, and bounced out in the 7th. Strike 1 from J.C. Ramirez. Waves at that. We talk about the big heavy ball that Jim Johnson has thrown. You could say the same thing about J.C. Ramirez. He's got plenty of giddy up on that fastball.
He does. He just has to find the strike zone a little bit more, and that's always been the downside of Ramirez. But you know, he seems to be getting it down now. The last 2 off-speed pitches right there, presumably split fingers, and just diving off the table, and has some very feeble swings.
Great movement. Bottom drops out, swing and a miss. Peterson strikes out, 2 away, and here's the catcher, Tyler Flowers. Flowers caught the last 2 days with A.J. Brzezinski nursing that sore shoulder. Got his first hit of the last 2 days, a bloop hit into center his last time up. One ball delivery, that's wide, ball 2. Flowers walked, struck out twice, then singled. Too tight for a ball, and it's 3-0. appears in for his sign from Barnhart. Here's your 3-1 delivery. And the right field line foul and out of play. So we'll go full to the catcher for the Braves. On deck is Eric Ibar. Already has 3 hits, 2 singles and a double. Fouled off. By the way, see that shot of Eric Ibar in the on-deck circle? Right behind him is one of the greatest Braves ever. He's in the Braves Hall of Fame, the great Dale Murphy, sitting right behind him. There's Murph. Still looks great, doesn't he, Chris?
You know, he's a happy guy.
What a great person.
He ruined a lot of things, a lot of pitchers' days out there. Pitchers having perfectly good days until he came up, hit a 3-run homer.
2 times an MVP, now proud of 9 grandchildren. And Ramirez could be proud of a 1-2-3 strikeout inning. Okay, we're going to the 10th. Can the Reds put a run on the board? Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Going extras here in Atlanta tonight. The Reds 6 runs, 9 hits in an error. The Braves 6-11-2. Braves have left 10 on base. The Reds only 4 on the night. The records for these 2 teams: the Reds only 1-2 in extra inning play, and the Braves 3-7 on the season. Brian Price tonight, looking at his scorecard, not many folks left. DeSclafani, A.J. Morris, who left the game with an injury to his shoulder. Josh Smith, J.J. Hoover, J.C. Ramirez, and Ollendorf all pitched tonight for the Braves manager, Brian Snitker, and his pitching coach sitting right next to him, Roger McDowell, the Coleraine High School graduate. Bud Norris, Kelly, Kroll, Withrow, Cervenka, and now Vizcaino comes in, Chris, here in the 10th inning.
Well, they've got some pretty good arms. You mentioned that at the very beginning of this series, George. Some of the bullpen guys that they have down there, very hard throwers. Of course, the Reds have their share, too. Ollendorf came in throwing mid-90s. J.C. Ramirez the same way. Vizcaino could run it up there, too.
He is their closer now. I mean, they have Jim Johnson if they need him, but he has saved 7 of the 9 opportunities he's been called upon to close. And in the last 2 years, 16 of 19 he's converted in save opportunities. Two balls, no strikes to the Reds' number 2 hitter, Joey Votto. Votto, 2 walks, a strikeout, and a base hit in the 7th. Got a base hit and stole a base. The Reds left him stranded back in inning number 7. In the 10th, extra innings between these two teams. Reds trying to win another series. VOTTO swings and misses 2-1. Reds have taken 3 of their last 4 series. If they win today, they'll assure themselves of 4 of 5, with still one more game left in the series tomorrow at noon. Hope you join us tomorrow for game 4 of the series. Dan Straley toes the rubber for the Reds at noon. No Reds live pregame tomorrow. VOTTO tries to hold, but it's a called strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. VOTTO 1 for 1 in his matchups with Vizcaino. A strikeout, and that's out number 1 of the 10th.
Well, Aroldis Vizcaino averages about 12.5 strikeouts every 9 innings. You think that would put him atop the leaderboard, but it doesn't. He is 13th among relievers in the major leagues in the most strikeouts per 9 innings. But he is in that category where if you strike out against him, it's no embarrassment, because he does it for a living.
There's Brandon, lined out, singled, and flied out. Right down the middle for a strike at 98. In fact, looking at Dale Murphy down there in the stands behind the Braves dugout before the game today, Jay Bruce went over to just try to meet him. Obviously, Jay, a great student of the game, and he said to Jay, you know, you got it a lot tougher than we ever had it, you know. And Chris, we've talked about this a lot. He said, you know, we try to get the starter out of there because when we got deep in the game, you get the sinker slider guy to come in that was throwing 88, and now you got guys like this that come in from the 7th inning on that are throwing gas. Phillips bounces one back through the middle. Ibar, quick flip, and he won't get it there in time. Brandon Phillips with the potential go-ahead run sitting down at first. You know, the other thing he said, you know, I asked Pete Rose once, what did you ever do with a cutter? How did you hit a cutter? Pete Rose said, they didn't have a cutter back then. I never had to hit one.
They didn't call it a cutter. There were guys that threw it, and you're right. I mean, it's a little more sophisticated now. There's no question. Guys throw harder, but I'm not so sure that they have anywhere near the kind of command. That's why it's so difficult to compare between generations.
You're right, exactly. 3rd hit for Brandon tonight. Here's that aforementioned Jay Bruce. Bruce flied out to the wall and left, double to left, single to left, and a couple of runs knocked in, as well as 2 runs scored. Against Vizcaino, Bruce has walked, but no official at bats. Brandon Phillips, at one point a 20 stolen base guy, does not run as much now. Bruce rips this one, but it'll go foul. On the season, Brandon has 4 stolen bases, and if Vizcaino forgets about him, he'll try to pilfer one here.
Hard to believe that they would forget about Phillips in a tie ball game in the top of the 10th. Bruce would like to make this a memorable day. It is already a very memorable day in Reds history. If he hits another foul ball, I'll tell you all about it.
Here's the 1-1.
Close enough. This is the day that the Reds acquired Tom Seaver back in 1977. It was also the day that Johnny Vandermeer twirled up his 2nd consecutive no-hitter. He did that blanking the Brooklyn Dodgers 6-0 in the first ever night game at Ebbets Field.
I think the lights were a little suspect.
You know, and he struck out 7, but he walked 8 that night.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Bruce. Ooh, hangs in there, fouls it off. Wow. That zipped right by Adam Duvall. It came within inches of clipping him, almost in a similar fashion that A.J. Pierzynski was hit the other night. right over his right knee. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vizcaino to the stretch. Phillips off first. Down and in, 2-2.
You know what they do in high school, George? They have the hitter in the on-deck circle behind the batter. So if a left-handed batter is up, they'd have him in the first base on-deck circle, so that a foul ball wouldn't come right at the hitter in the on-deck circle.
I was talking with AJ about that before the game today, and we were both alluding to the fact in the old days you had maybe 60-70 feet between home plate and where the backstop is. But now with these stadiums much smaller and you want the fans to be closer, there's hardly any room at all for the on-deck hitter to be. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him. Vizcaino takes a little off with a wrinkle, and that's strikeout number 2, out number 2 in the inning, and here comes Duvall. Adam tonight bounced out his sacrifice fly to right, plated the Reds' second run. He doubled to right and then flied to left. On the corner for a strike. Now the script for the Reds in the last month, as they've turned it around offensively, it's either Bruce or Duvall that have delivered most of the time, and the Reds hoping he can do it one more time. A little bigger lead for Phillips. Brandon not going. Big swing. 98-99, impressive. So's that breaking ball.
Boy, you get so geared up for the fast stuff that you start jumping and start getting your swing going early, and then only to find out it's an off-speed pitch.
Oh, and 2. Same spot, same result. Well, Ramirez struck out the side in the 9th, and here in the 10th, Vizcaino strikes out the side, gives up the hits.
Braves, 10th inning. I'm Jim Day. Saturday's starter remains up in the air. Brian Price said before today's game that they will announce the starter. They have a pretty good idea of who it's going to be, but they'll announce it publicly post-game tomorrow. So right now, pretty much a state secret, guys. Your guess is as good as mine.
Welsh isn't available, JD.
Well, you know what? They might need him tonight. Way this one's going.
I might have to go home and get my sleep. I know I'm going to be in there tomorrow.
It's right over there in the corner. Take it easy. Here's Eric Ibar. Ibar, 3 hits tonight, 2 singles and a double. He's been one of the spark plugs, the 2 major damage contributors. Ibar, the 3 for 4, 2 singles, 3 runs batted in. And Freddie Freeman, a double, a triple, and a homer. The homer tied the game at 6 in the 6th inning. Ramirez struck out the side, 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. Here we are in the 10th. Chase d'Arnaud has moved into the on-deck circle with the pitcher spot due up next. That's wide. Earlier today, Johnny Cueto won. San Francisco beat Milwaukee 10-1. Clayton Kershaw won as well as the Dodgers beat Arizona 3-2. Colorado over the Mets, the final 6-3. That's wide. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Padres 6-3 winners over Miami. And happy birthday, Dusty Baker, a 5-4 win over the Cubs. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him. That's 4 straight strikeouts for J.C. Ramirez. Chris, you hit the nail on the head. When he throws strikes, doesn't get behind, this is the result.
Well, you always wonder about a guy who throws as hard as Ramirez with a heavy ball and seems to be fairly durable, but really can't stay in the big leagues. He's 27 years old, and with that kind of arm, he really hasn't made his way up here where he becomes a factor in the back end of somebody's bullpen. I mean, he has really pitched in parts of 4 seasons in the major leagues, and each one of those seasons with a different major league team. With each team thinking as they receive him, we're going to be the ones that straighten them out.
Here's d'Arnaud pinch hitting, 1 ball and 1 strike. d'Arnaud in at an even 300. Sands coming back up from AAA. Been solid with the bat. Spent time around the major leagues. That's a swing and a miss. Now 29 years of age. Primarily bench player for both the Pirates and the Phillies. 1-2. Houston beat the Cardinals tonight, the final 4-1, and New York over Pittsburgh by a final of 11-2. Red Sox return the favor to the Orioles. Boston beat Baltimore 6-4 today after the Orioles won yesterday. White Sox 5 and the Tigers 3. Kansas City a 9-4 winner over the Indians. Slap foul and out of play. In the 11th, Seattle and Tampa Bay are tied at 2. In the 3rd, Oakland leads Texas 3-0, and it's scoreless, and Anaheim as Minnesota visits. Here we are tied 6-6 in the bottom of 10. J.C. Ramirez trying to keep it where it is. 1 ball, 2 strikes to d'Arnaud. That's why.
Reds have not had too many extra inning games this year. I've only played in 3 of them coming into tonight. 1-1, lost 2.
Tries to check it, doesn't do it. He knows he's heading back to the dugout. That is 5 straight strikeouts for J.C. Ramirez. 2 outs here in the 10th, and back to the top of the order, Malik Smith. Well, after game 1 of the series, Brian Price knew he needed some help. That was when they brought J.J. Hoover back, and Hoover's already pitched back-to-back days. That was after heavy workload for Tony Cingrani. Cingrani pitched in 5 of 7, 4 of 5. They knew they couldn't use him. And after the last couple of days, he may be making another call tomorrow, Chris. No day off on the way to Houston. There's a day off on Monday. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Smith reached on an infield hit in the first and then scored on the double by Enciarte. Flied out, struck out, grounded out, flied out. This one looped into left. That's a base hit. And it gets by Duvall. And going to second will be the potential winning run. Now it gets by on the throw-in, but alertly Votto's there to back up. Duvall slipped on the wet grass, and it squirted by him. And they're probably going to...
Well, this little hit by Malik Smith breaks the strikeout string of Reds pitching against the Braves at 7. And it did rain here. This grass is slippery. That's why Malik Smith is standing on second base right now.
Well, they're going to charge Duvall with an error. Not really his fault. Slipped on the grass. It squirted by him. So now you've got the speed of Smith at first and Enciarte at the plate. He represents the going run out there at second. And what becomes a factor now too, any ground ball into the outfield, you know they're going to send the speedy runner Smith, but any ball into the outfield will be wet as an outfielder picks it up.
Well, with 2 outs, it's unlikely unless it is an absolute missile on one hop to an outfielder. There's not going to be a play at the plate.
This kid has Billy Hamilton kind of speed. Smith out at second. A single and an error on Duvall. And they'll chase the runner back again. That's a strike, 0-2. Enciarte doesn't like the call. Right at the knees, 0-2. J.C. Ramirez trying to get us to the 11th. PERAZA right behind him at the second base bag. And Barnhart's going to call for time to go out to talk to Ramirez.
You know, George, I ought to correct myself because I said earlier that high school hitters in the on-deck circle have to stay on the, you know, they can go on the backside of the hitter, and I've been corrected by someone who tells me that I'm incorrect there. But I do know that there are a lot of amateur youth leagues where they do that if they don't have a fence that would protect that hitter in the on-deck circle.
That's
anyway,
not federation rules.
Pick up where you left off.
Here's the 0-2. Look out, slapped by the Reds dugout and out of play. Enciarte tonight, his double to left center field plated the first run for the Braves. Flied out, bounced out, and then lined out. Short, quick swing, just trying to make contact against the 97-98 of Ramirez. That's wide. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I think Barnhart's message was, let's get the batter. Let's not worry about the runner at second because you know who's on deck. Double, triple homer tonight, Freddie Freeman. And that's slapped into the seats down the left field line. Hope you join us tomorrow. We'll be on the air at noon. No Reds Live pregame. Dan Straley will go for his 5th win against Matt Whistler. Fine young right-hander for the Braves. Giants fans know speed can be disruptive, and that's what's out at second. Hanging in there is NCRT. Nice at bat. Barnhart trying to find a way to coax Ramirez into putting this batter away. PERAZA is doing the best he can to keep Smith as close as he can to second, to give any outfielder a chance to make a throw and a play at the plate on a base hit. Got him. Fouled off, couldn't hang on, is Barnhart. Almost. Try it again. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. And another spoiled effort by NCRT. 5 foul balls from the spark plug center fielder. What can we try different, Chris?
Well, you keep going with your best stuff. You can try your splitter and see if he chases down there, but right now it seems to me that NCRT is in protect mode, and if he's going to get a base hit out of this off a fastball, it's going to be a little blooper in the left field.
Got him. Heat at 98, and for 2 straight innings, 6 strikeouts. 3 in each inning for Ramirez. We're heading to the next, to the 11th. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. Reds and the Braves, final time in for Cincinnati as they'll close Turner Field this year, head to their new ballpark about 20 miles north of here. Reds have taken the first 2 of this series, and for J.C. Ramirez, he'll remember this trip in for a long time. 6 straight strikeouts to keep the Reds in it. The Braves will roll out their 7th pitcher of the night. Dario Alvarez will take over. Darno will stay in the game and go to left field. Brian Snitker, who took over for Freddie Gonzalez when he was relieved of his duties with his pitching coach. Roger McDowell sitting on the bench. Here's the last of the lefties that Snitker has. Alvarez, Cervenka, and Kroll all used tonight.
Both teams are running out of pitching right here. Dario Alvarez in the major leagues with his 2nd ball club. He did a little bit of time in the major leagues, cup of coffee type with the New York Mets before signing over here, or picked up actually off the waiver wire by the the Braves between last season and this season.
There's Ivan de Jesus Jr. Tonight, he bounced to short, grounded out, but forced in a run. The Reds' third run brought them within 4-3. Singled in 2 runs in the 6th. In the top of the 6th, that gave the Reds a 6-5 lead and equaled his career high 3 runs batted in for the 4th time in his career. Strike 1 from the lefty. That's rifle foul down the right field line. And he flied to center his last time up. And there's, as we said, d'Arnaud in left field taking over there. 6-6 in the 11th. No balls, 2 strikes, and that's a swing and a miss. Fortunately, Chris, this is not the Mets against Atlanta and the fireworks night.
You mean the Rick Camp night?
The Rick Camp night.
I was watching that night and stayed up until Rick Camp hit a home run about 4 a.m.
Amazing.
And then they blew the fireworks off after that. And that's when Atlanta passed an ordinance that said no fireworks after midnight or what at 1 a.m. whatever it was.
Correct.
1985.
And that was when, speaking of the cycle, Keith Hernandez cycled that night for the Mets. Ball 1 to Tyler Holt after the strikeout, and that is strikeout number 1 for Alvarez here in the 11th. Tyler tonight popped up, struck out, lined into a double play on a great diving catch by Arte, and he doubled up de Jesus, who was running on the play at first, and robbed of a hit on a nice play by Garcia, third last time up. Now, while you didn't pitch here at Turner Field, you did pitch at Fulton County Stadium. And as we close this stadium, what memories do you have pitching there?
Dale Murphy ruining a couple of games.
Yeah,
I pitched there.
He did that for a lot of people. Now I know why he gave you a big hug when we saw him today. He ruined a lot of nights for a lot of pretty good pitchers. 2-time MVP. So leadoff strikeout, but then a walk for the Reds. We'll see if Holt will be off and running. Here comes Zach Cozart. Cozart, the night off tonight with Peraza starting at short, but here in the 11th he'll pinch hit. He was on deck a couple of times, and he's finally pinch hitting here in the 11th. Lefty against righty. And Holt was heading back to first as that one was delivered, trying to get a look at Alvarez's move. So Ramirez numbers as Cozart pinch hits for him. 2 innings, 6 strikeouts, and 1 hit.
With the ability for Zach Cozart to make contact, you wonder if there just may be a play right here.
Well, he finally got a look at the move. We'll see if he feels any more comfortable. Now, hey, if you're Brian Price, I mean, Snitker's in the same boat. I mean, your bullpen's drained, so you realize how
a steal, you could run yourself right out of the inning. On a hit and run type play, you have to wait till the pitcher commits to the plate before you go.
He's going. The throw in the dirt. Good block by the second baseman Peterson. I mean, wise decision by Peterson. No, he had no chance to get the runner. He just made sure it didn't go into center. So the go-ahead runs at second. Stolen base number 4 for Tyler. Got a good break. So he's in scoring position with 1 out.
Now the next challenge for Tyler Holt is how far can you get off second base right here? Because how much nicer would it be for him to be at third base rather than at second? Now the shortstop's going to come around and stand on the bag while the Reds watch Zach Cozart being walked intentionally.
So that'll put Cozart down at first. And Tony Cingrani has gotten up to start to loosen. Well, the intentional walk by Alvarez. And Chris, you got to figure if the Reds take a lead, maybe Cingrani. They've used, and I would imagine, we don't know, Blake Wood jokingly said he's available tonight, but I know Brian Price would love to give him the night off. Other than Cingrani, it's Alfredo Simon out there. So if Simon's in, that means he's in for a while.
Well, we haven't seen Simon since he's been taken out of the starting rotation.
So here we go. Go ahead runs out at second. Cozart's down at first. Here's Tucker Barnhart hitting in the 9th spot of the order. That breaking ball drops in there for a strike. With a 1 away, middle of the infield, double play depth. Holt, great speed at second. He turns around, checks out where the outfielders are on, where they are stationed right now, with the exception of Markakis. Base hit, he should score. And it's 0-2. Jose Peraza's on deck. That kicks away. Did he go? Did it hit him? They said it hit him. Here comes the run around third. They're going to hold the run. It hit him. It looked like it hit him, and he looked down to Jim Joyce. Joyce saying that he was hit by the pitch. The question is, was it a strikeout or was he hit by the pitch? And now Brian Price is going to come out and argue. The question was, did he go around on the swing, or was he hit by the pitch before he went around? Take a look.
Well, it has nothing to do with the timing. If he swings at all on this pitch, it's going to be a strike, even if it hits him on a fly. Now, did anybody call a strike on that?
He appeals down to first. Jim Joyce.
And Jim Joyce said yes, he did go around on a strike. And that's what umpires are instructed to do on a play where there's a runner running around the bases. They ask the first base umpire immediately so they don't affect the play by waiting too long.
And by that replay, correct call from Jim Joyce. He went around. Brian Price out to talk to the home plate umpire, Marvin Hudson. Hudson never made a call. He peeled down to first.
Okay.
Now the next question is, if he is a strikeout, there's no reason why the runner could not continue to run. I mean, and they sent the runner back. I mean, Hudson stepped out and held the runner up as he was rounding third.
No, it's a dead ball after it hits the runner, even on a strike 3.
Well, the umpires are conferring.
I mean, not hits the runner, but hits the batter.
Well, the only option. So they're going to leave the runner at second and the runner at first. So it's a strikeout of Barnhart.
That's why it's a dead ball.
Holt stays at second. So now there's 2 away, and it's up to Peraza. Last hope for the Reds to get this runner home in the 11th. Peraza on the night. Popped up, struck out, reached on an infield hit and stole a base, and then grounded out twice to short. Down to third, into the Reds dugout, foul, and it's 0-2. Holt reached on a walk. Cozart intentionally walked after a stolen base by Holt. 0-2 to Peraza. got him, kicks away. They'll throw it down to first, get the final out of the inning. So the Reds will strand a couple more. They've stranded 7 on the night. And we remain tied going to the bottom of the 11th. Certainly on his game tonight, a career high 6 strikeouts in 2 innings, Chris.
Well, he really was on his game, George. He had that split finger working. He was throwing his normal upper 90s with the fastball. But he was mowing him down. Ramirez was. At one point had 5 in a row, and he struck out 6 in 2 innings.
So you add it up. In the last 2 innings, all 12 outs are via strikeout. In the last 3 innings, 13 strikeouts for these 2 respective bullpens. And here comes Tony Cingrani. Had last night off. Back and ready to go as we head to the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Freeman, Garcia, Markakis due up. For Tony, his 33rd appearance of the season. Now 7 saves on the year. And knowing the way the Reds looked at it before the game, you would figure he would be the last reliever. If Simon is okay, it would be Alfredo Simon next, and you'd leave him in there for a couple innings, a few innings.
Until the end.
Here's Freddie. Bounced out. Double, triple homer. His homer in the 6th is why we're still here. He tied the game at 6 with a home run to left in the first row of the seats, and then struck out looking against the Reds in the 8th inning.
Didn't see that slider coming at all.
Freeman in his career 1 for 5 against Cingrani. Tony, it's been a roller coaster this year, and you talk often about confidence, and he's shown confidence of late, nailing down the closer's role and trying to give the Reds something solid at the end of the bullpen. He has not allowed a run in any of his last 4 appearances, 2 saves included in that. Pitched in game 1, picked up the save, 1 inning of work. Got a great double play from the Reds to get out of trouble. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Freeman. Line in the right center field. Holt will cut it off.
A single.
And they'll hold him to a 1-base hit.
And that will complete the cycle for Freddie.
A standing ovation from his teammates for the first time since Mark Kotsay 27. A cycle for the Braves. He came close to it. He needed a triple in the first game of this series. And here he gets it in the third game of the series. So for Freddie Freeman, a cycle for him. Oh, congratulations to Freeman. And he's almost picked off. The ball will go near the tarp, and he'll stay there.
On Cingrani.
And at the same time, Jim Joyce called a balk on Cingrani. Oh, you talk about turnaround. First, it's a base hit. Secondly, they have him picked off. And thirdly, a balk called on Cingrani. So Freeman goes to second. So now the winning run sitting at second for the Braves.
Well, that's the reason it's. I don't know. Unless they thought Cingrani hung up there with his right foot. Or maybe his foot swung past the pitching rubber and he's forced to go home. I couldn't see from the angle that we had.
I mean, his move, Chris, you've talked about it for a long time. That's the same move he's used all the time.
Well, I mean, he certainly stepped towards first base. I got to think it was just hanging up there, or maybe his foot went behind the rubber.
So a balk puts the runner at second. Here's a dribbler down to third. Bare hand play down to first. Votto bobbles it. They're going to have a play at the plate, and Freeman slams on the brakes and goes back to third.
Well, with nobody out, he would have been completely brain dead to try to score on that.
Ivan De Jesus Jr. scooped, threw the ball in the dirt. Votto had it bounce out of his glove. Freeman went a third of the way down the line. It looked like Bo Porter was trying to tackle him to stop him. Take another look. I'll watch Freeman come around the bag. Votto does a good job of blocking the ball. Freeman's about a third of the way and stops there. Watch Freeman round third. Looked like the I formation with Bo Porter.
Had he pushed him back to the bag, it would have been really a good break for the Reds.
Would have been.
He would have been declared out.
So now the Reds will have to bring the infield in, with still nobody out, and the winning run at third.
So let me ask you this: Why don't
you load the bases?
Unless they absolutely have to have Markakis up there. I don't know why. At this point, the Reds don't just walk the bases loaded.
Give you a force at every base.
Unless they're just trying to get a strikeout out of Markakis.
And now the runner goes to second. Now with the runner at second, we'll see if would they walk him now. I mean,
that was my curiosity as to why Garcia didn't take second on the very first pitch. Why it took a pitch.
No stolen base, defensive indifference, and the Reds do not opt to walk Markakis. So it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Winning run Freeman at third. That's in there for a strike.
What they probably will do, if they can get a strikeout of Markakis here. Peterson is up next. They may pitch to him. You know, you never want to walk the bases loaded unless you absolutely have to.
Well, if you set up a force, at least you have on a bobble play, you have a force at any base to the plate.
Yeah, but you put the pressure on your pitcher to throw the ball over the plate. And some guys don't pitch as well with the bases loaded as they do with a base open.
And this is a Reds bullpen that has walked a lot this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cingrani trying to find a way to wriggle out of this jam. 2-2. Slap foul and out of play. Last night with the Reds leading 3-1 in the 9th inning. A walk, a single, and a walk loaded the bases with no one out. And Wood was able to strike out a batter for 1 out, and they got a double play to end it, and the Reds went home with a victory. They need a strikeout or a pop-up here to get the first out of the inning in the dirt. And it's 3-2. is coming down the line at third. Rather, Freeman coming down the line at third. Cingrani peers in for his sign. Here's the 3-2. And there's ball 4. So now, bases loaded, nobody out. Here comes Brian Price. And his decision will be what to do with the outfielders more than anything else.
I think what they're going to do, George, is bring in a 6-man infield, split the outfielders in the gaps, and bring in Duvall to cover another spot in the infield.
Duvall, of course, third baseman, shortstop, second baseman throughout high school and college, so no stranger to the infield. So Duvall will come in. We'll see if they put him at third and then move Ivan de Jesus Jr. towards the shortstop side. See how they stack it up. But most likely they'll put Duvall at third. And they'll go with 2 outfielders. So Duvall will head to third. PERAZA will be at the grass at the shortstop spot. They'll put Ivan de Jesus Jr. behind the mound at second, and Phillips in his normal second base position. So a new glove for Duvall. He uses his infield glove. The outfield split in the alleys. And here's Jace Peterson. No place to put him. Bases loaded here in the bottom of 11. That's strike 1. Wood played Houdini last night to get out of a jam. And Cingrani will need even more than what Houdini had last night. Five infielders for the Reds. That's down low. Each infield in the right center field and left center field gaps. Big swing, fouled off by Jace Peterson. Peterson tonight bounced out, reached on a pivotal error in the 3rd inning. An error by Joey Votto with the bases loaded. He tried to throw to the plate to get a force. He pulled Cabrera off the plate. And the ensuing inning resulted in 3 unearned runs scoring against DeSclafani.
Well, if you can strike out Peterson, you have a strikeout candidate in Flowers in the on-deck circle. Peterson does not hit lefties well at all.
Here's the 1-2. Nubbed in front of the plate. They've got to tag the runner, and they got the plate. Good job by Barnhart. Great job by Barnhart. He tried to look for the runner, realized he couldn't get there. He got to the plate before the runner, Freeman, did, and there's your force. Now a double play can get him out of it. What a play by Tucker Barnhart.
Boy, you talk about athletic catcher. Tucker Barnhart comes out of the catcher's box, grabs this, realizes I'm the only one there, and he reaches out and touches the plate just in time.
I mean, this is all the way on the grass, not just a couple of feet in front of home plate. Tremendous play by Tucker Barnhart. Talk about athletic catcher. Outstanding effort. Now there's your first out of the 11th.
Well, Tony Cingrani was about half a step from being in the way of that runner and being called for obstruction. So now they're going to send Duvall back into left field, and
they'll go back to their original alignment with Ivan de Jesus Jr. at third, Duvall in left, Holt in center, and Bruce over in right. So middle of the infield will dip back 2 steps. They'll try for a double play out at second on a ground ball there, and a ground ball at either first and third. They'll come home. So here's Flowers. The Reds have handled him with the exception of 1 at bat in this series. He's caught the last 2 games because A.J. Pierzynski was injured by a foul ball on his shoulder. Tonight, a walk, a strikeout, a single, and a strikeout. In the air to center field. Holt there. They're going to hold a runner at third, and a perfect throw from Tyler Holt. Wise decision by Bo Porter. The throw by Holt was perfect. There's your second out. Could the Reds play Houdini 2 nights in a row?
Well, they're playing very shallow anyway, or else this ball would have been one of those that would have been in no man's land for a base hit. So just beyond the outfield grass, Tyler Holt, a nice one hopper to Barnhart.
So now everybody back to normal defensive alignment. And here comes Ibar. All Ibar has done tonight. 2 singles, and here's a bouncer to short. Peraza has it, and that'll do it. How about that? Unbelievable. Second night in a row. The Reds, bases loaded, nobody out. They get out of a jam. Let's see if they can score a run now. That's a high five moment. In the 90s, heat and humidity, and an exhausting emotional night tonight. We are tied at 6-14-2 for the Braves, 6-10-2 for the Reds. We're going to the 12th. Here's Joey Votto, who will lead it off. Votto tonight, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and a single, and a stolen base on the evening. Alvarez, second inning of work for this lefty. If you joined us late, Bud Norris started 5 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. He left with a lead. Looked like he had a victory in his pocket, but the Reds have rallied twice, took a lead. Freddie Freeman's homer tied it at 6 in the 6th, and that's the way it's been ever since. But cliffhangers almost every inning. Some great defensive plays, some bad defense. And for the second night in a row, the Reds dodge big bullets with a bases loaded, no out situation and get out of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Reds first baseman. He gives it a half swing, and that's a strikeout. He's punched out for the 3rd time tonight, and again in the last 2 1/3 innings, every out has been via the strikeout for the Reds. Alvarez struck out 3 in his inning of work in the 11th, and he gets his first in the 12th. Well, here's Brandon, and jokingly, all his teammates and even some of the Braves that he knows have said, I can't believe you've never hit a home run here in Atlanta against the Braves. Wouldn't this be a nice time for his first? In the air, this will stay in the park. Here comes Markakis. He'll squeeze it. Phillips tonight, 2 singles in the outfield and an infield hit to go with it. 3 for 6 for Brandon Phillips. And here comes Jay. Bruce flied out, doubled in a run, singled in a run, flied out, and struck out. Been the Reds' igniter so often in the last month. Breaking ball drops in there. One strike misses. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jay Bruce. As we suspected, Chris, Alfredo Simon up and loosening in the Reds bullpen, and once he comes in, you figure it's like a start.
Well, the Reds have had a bullpen that has been chock full of guys that have started a lot of games this year. A.J. Morris came in. Unfortunately, he had to leave due to a shoulder injury. We've not heard an update from him, and we may not get one until you send him out to see a doctor or get an MRI. Josh Smith has been a starter. Alfredo Simon has been a starter.
Fouled off to the left side and out of play. Each team has used 7 pitchers to this point tonight. And as it was, there was a question mark at who would be the Saturday starter for the Reds, and that may still be to be determined depending on how long we're here tonight. Unless you're available, Welchie. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. 1, 2, 3 for the Reds in the top of 12. To the bottom of 12 we go. Happens once in a while, but not back-to-back nights. Bases loaded, nobody out. Last night, Wood got out of it with a strikeout and this double play. What a turn by Phillips at second with the speedy Smith running. And tonight, Cingrani needed some kind of magic once again, and he got it, huh?
He did. I mean, this play by
Barnhart, great play to get it out. Tyler Holt grabs the fly ball, holds the runner at third. And then the ground ball to Peraza ends the inning. And Tony Cingrani's gotten out of the inning. Back-to-back nights, bases loaded, nobody out. Last night the Reds came home with a W. Can they do it again? Still some Reds faithful hanging in here. So Alfredo Simon will come in and take over on the mound. Ivan de Jesus moves to second. Eugenio Suarez goes to third.
Put yourself on the other side of it, though. We just showed you from Blake Wood and Tony Cincrani's standpoint. What if you're the Braves and you have bases loaded, nobody out 2 days in a row? I mean, how feeble does that make you feel?
It's been the way it's gone for them, especially at home. I mean, their record coming into tonight, their worst record since 1911 for the franchise. 18-46 and major futility at home.
I thought when they first went into this rebuilding plan, the idea was to get the Braves ready for 2017. So when they moved into their new stadium, they had not only the majestic new ballpark to play in, but a good team.
A ways to go to get there.
Well, you're not kidding.
Brian Snitker, the manager, took over for Freddie Gonzalez. Hey, it wasn't Freddie Gonzalez's fault where they are right now. Brian Snitker, a 40-year. Yep. 40-year veteran of the Braves organization, up from AAA. One ball, 2 strikes to d'Arnaud. Off the end of the bat, but fouled on the first base line. A.J. Pierzynski, who was questionable coming in, he tried to take batting practice before the game, took treatment before the game for the injury to his left shoulder and his left jaw on a foul ball in the on-deck circle, is now in the on-deck circle again. And this time he's not anywhere near where the circle is. He's right behind home plate. Simon gets out number 1, and the Reds continue to pile up strikeout after strikeout. J.C. Ramirez a career high 6 in 2 innings. Cincrani wriggle out of the 11th, and here's Simon, who you figure is in there for a while now, getting out number 1 of the 12th. So here's Pierzynski hitting for Alvarez in the 9th spot in the order. 5 strikeouts for Alvarez in 2 innings of work. Boy, 2 bullpens that have struggled this year, but they both have performed well here. On the Reds ledger, errors have contributed to 3 unearned runs that have allowed the Braves to be where they are, tied at 6 with the Reds. Pierzynski hitting in the leadoff spot in the order. That's bounced behind the bag, backhanded, quick flip, nice play by PERAZA. Boy, good hands, good feet. What acrobatic ability. He's made 2 plays with the backhand that were outstanding on a field that has been rained on tonight and is still wet.
Tell you what he does have is a very quick release. Watch when he gets that ball out of his glove. I mean, it is on its way. Maybe that's the one intriguing thing about PERAZA's arm. It looks like he's got plenty of arm to play shortstop, but that quick release would lend him to be an excellent second baseman.
I think most people would agree his best spot probably is second. Those that watched him from when he signed as a 17-year-old in the Braves organization figure that arm action is better suited to second, but he can play short and can play center, and his speed would be a factor anywhere. 2 balls, no strikes. Ogando loosening in the bullpen for the Braves now. Cincinnati tonight doubled in the first run for the Braves, back in the first. That's his lone hit in 6 at-bats, up for the 7th time tonight. 3-0. And like Malik Smith, who was in the leadoff spot, he and Cincinnati have speed, so you have to be concerned with him down at first. Alfredo, this has been a roller coaster year. He had hoped to sign in the offseason, didn't do it. The Reds finally signed him during spring training, and you wonder, Chris, after watching him early, he went through his dead arm period, not in spring training, but by the time the season started, he's never really looked 100%.
Well,
he may not have had the full time for spring training to really build his arm strength up to be a starter. I think it stunned a lot of people when they signed Alfredo Simon, then put him in the starting rotation. Now, in a way, the Reds were forced to make some major changes to their rotation because the guys that were injured in spring training, but he really didn't have a chance to build up any strength.
NCRT 3 stolen bases coming into today. Has picked up 1 today. And the way Brian Snitker's been running this club, trying to somehow manufacture runs. They're next to last in the league in runs. So he's been running and hitting, running, and trying to influence the game as much as he can. You expect NCRT to be running here. Freeman's been the hero tonight for the Braves. There's a bouncer down to short, down to second rather, gobbled up, and they will not get the out at first. A great example of the way this night has gone for the Reds. An out, not made, and now they're runners at first and second with 2 outs.
Ivan Jesus Jr. playing second base came a long, long way to make this play. And I don't know if he could have done it any quicker than he did. It's a bang-bang play. They're going to ask for a review.
So Freeman not only getting the cycle tonight with a double, a triple, a homer, and a single, gets his second single of the night. Now they will review it. Jim Joyce, along with the home plate umpire Marvin Freeman. Take another look. So the Reds successfully challenge and are out of this one. Take another look. The ball beats them to the bag. The Reds are out of this inning. We'll look at it again when we return. We'll go to what the Reds hope will be a lucky 13th. We're tied at 6. And if you're keeping score at home tonight, congratulations. This is what you've got left. Kyle Waldrop, the only position player left. And Chris, we both talked to Blake Wood before the game today. He said, yeah, I'm ready if I'm needed, but I know Brian Price doesn't want him to pitch tonight.
Well, he doesn't, no doubt. I mean, I think you were right on when you said originally that Alfredo Simon would be in there for a while. I don't think they really wanted to use Simon either. His arm's been barking for a while, and I don't think they want him to go on the DL. At the same time, they don't want to further injure him.
By the way, You don't have to worry about a wake-up call tomorrow. It's now, let's see, 4 minutes after midnight. First pitch is only 12 hours and 9 minutes away for tomorrow's game.
I pulled all-nighters before, George.
Guaranteed. Here's a Gondo who will take over as we go to the 13th. Adam Duvall will lead it off for the Reds. Duvall, sacrifice fly, knocked in a run and a double in 5 plate appearances tonight. Gondo now the 9th pitcher being used by Brian Snitker tonight. The 2 starters, Bud Norris, 5 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. Anthony DeSclafani, 2 2/3, 5 hits and 4 runs, but only one of those runs was earned after the error. 76 pitches in his 2 2/3. That's why he only went 2 2/3. 2 balls, no strikes. The Reds in this series already have benefited from a lot of walks by the Braves. And as we go to inning 13, Ogando falls behind here 3-0. That's a strike. Ivan DeJesus Jr. is on deck. And Tyler Holt to follow here in the 13th. Duvall sitting on 18 homers. This one slap foul down the right field line and out of play. Starters for the game later today here in Atlanta at noon. Dan Straley against Matt Whistler, a couple of right-handers. Reds trying to win a series again. They've won 3 of their last 4 in this 4-game series. They win today, they'll guarantee themselves a victory in 4 of the last 5. Ogando delivers, that's wide, and the Reds have the leadoff hitter on here in the 13th.
So now if you're Brian Price, what do? You only need 1 run. You hope you do anyway. You move them over with a sacrifice bunt right here. And then hope that either Tyler Holt, and is it the pitcher spot after that?
They've tried to sacrifice twice already tonight and been unsuccessful. Ivan DeJesus had a 2-run single in the 6th, also plated another run with a ground out. He shows bunt, pushes it down. He may beat this out. He at least gets a sacrifice. The ball kicks away and there'll be 2 runners on.
Or Jace Peterson has had a very difficult time catching a baseball in this series.
Good job on the bunt by Ivan DeJesus Jr. The throw not in the dirt. It's off the glove of Peterson, who now figures to get most of the time at second base now that Kelly Johnson's been dealt back to the Mets. So Peterson's getting his chance, but earlier an error yesterday, and today this one will allow the Reds to put runners at first and second, still nobody out. And now with Tyler Holt, you'd credit a sacrifice for DeJesus and an error. With Holt a good bunter, do you bunt again?
Why
Put
not?
runners at second and third.
You got to get that runner to third base.
Makes sense.
He's got a huge lead out at second base. In fact, why wouldn't he just steal it?
Holt
the kind of lead
bunt
that he has.
Good job. He gets the bunt down. He'll go to first and just get the out, but it's second and third. So now, just as it was with the Reds last inning, the Braves are going to have to come up with a defensive strategy with second and third and 1 out. Do you walk? The bases loaded. Holt does a good job of getting the bunt down. So Chris, we've talked a lot about it. The Reds have struggled to get bunts down, but here in this inning they get 2 good ones down.
Well, they did. I think with the error on the second baseman, the really good bunt by Ivan DeJesus Jr. overlooked a little bit. That was an excellent job.
So here's Eugenio Suarez up for the first time tonight after coming in last inning.
He should be hacking at the first pitch right here.
Suarez got the night off to start tonight. Second and third, infield edge of the grass. That's a strike. Suarez in at 228, 13 homers, 34 knocked in. Trying to get the ball to the outfield and give the Reds a lead. A walk to Duvall started it. He's sitting at third. And about 2 feet from the third base bag is Garcia. They don't want him to get any kind of a lead at all, and they want to guard that line for a hard hit ball from Suarez. From the stretch, Ogando. Big swing, and it's 0-2. Suarez struggled last night. Been in a funk the last week or so, and Brian Price gave him today off, trying to give him a little bit of a blow. But he's got a chance to give the Reds a big lift right here. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Fouled off, 0-2. Six runs, 14 hits for the Braves. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Reds. Braves have left 16 on base tonight. The Reds 7. Suarez digs in. Duvall off third. Hanging in there, fouling it off to stay alive again.
Yeah, you like to say it a lot, George, that when you shorten up, you don't only just shorten up on the bat, but you shorten up mentally. And that's really where Suarez has to be right here. Ogando's a strikeout artist. He gets about a strikeout for every inning that he pitches. And he's got his eyes on Suarez right here.
In the dirt. Flowers just might have saved a run right there. You know, in the old days you say definitely, but now the home plate is only about 35 feet away from the backstop.
That was just a desperation swipe that came up with the ball.
Good job by Flowers. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ogando to the stretch, peering into Flowers for a sign. Got him. There's your second out. So thanks to Tucker Barnhart, we're still playing. A brilliant play by Barnhart on a bunt in front of the plate. Somehow he gathered in the ball, came back and dove for the plate, got a force out when it looked like the chances of that happening were slim to none. Now he's got a chance to give his club the lead, but they will walk him intentionally. Barnhart in the 9th spot in the order. And that'll bring Peraza back to the plate again. Duvall inch it down the line just in case.
Well, the other thing that Alexi Ogando does, at least this year, with some frequency, is walk batters. He has walked 19 batters in 28 innings, not including this intentional pass. So now you got the bases loaded, and Peraza, from what I can tell and what I've watched, George, has a pretty good idea of the strike zone here. So unlikely that he's going to be up there wildly hacking at the first thing he sees.
Peraza tonight has a hit and a stolen base in 7 plate appearances. The youngster got the start at shortstop. Bases loaded. We're in the 13th with 2 away. Last time up he struck out with a runner on third. There's a swing and a miss. The Reds only 4 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but it's been by and large one of their strong points this year. Well, PERAZA trying to get Duvall in from third. Infield can drop back now to normal depth. Ogando to the stretch. Here's the strike one delivery. Fouled off, held on to by Flowers for strike 2.
He looks impressed with Ogando's fastball.
He's not alone. No balls, 2 strikes to PERAZA. Just missing on the outside corner. PERAZA looking out at the mound as Ogando took 3 steps towards the dugout and stared at the home plate umpire, Marvin Hudson.
It's really not so much that that pitch was a ball. It's so much that, how do you take that pitch? It's pretty good plate discipline right there.
Here's the 1-2 to PERAZA. And now we're even at 2-2. For PERAZA, this is kind of coming home. He came through the Braves organization. Many friends from the minor leagues, and some of them have made it to the major leagues on this club this year. So he joined the Reds on a week where he was reunited with some of his former teammates. He'd love to send them home a loser tonight. Here's the 2-2. Good eye, and we'll go full 3-2. No place to put PERAZA.
Now what the runners have to make sure of is that Ogando doesn't pick his foot up if he pitches out of stretch, and he doesn't have an inside move and go to the second base bag even with, or throw the ball to an infielder covering a base. Make sure he goes to the plate.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the 13th. Bases loaded for the Reds, and there's ball 4. The Reds will get a forced-in run and take a lead in the 13th. Well, in game 1, it was Tyler Holt who worked the walk to force in the go-ahead run. And a game the Reds won by a run. And Chris, this team has been down a lot in the last few weeks, but they keep bouncing back. Tonight was another example. They've bounced back to take the lead again, 7-6 here in the top of the 13th.
Well, the only ball they put into play in this inning has been bunts. So they've been the beneficiary of 3 walks from the Braves.
Here's Joey Votto.
PERAZA works that 0-2 count into a walk, and that was very impressive. The 0-2 pitch that he took just off the plate was a key pitch. The other ones really weren't even close.
Joey tonight has been on base twice via a walk, singled, and he has struck out 3 times. He can give the Reds some needed pad right here. Ogando to the stretch. Here's the strike 1 delivery to Votto. That's wide. Votto facing Ogando for the first time.
That's Alfredo Simon on deck.
Pitcher spot in place of Brandon Phillips. 1 ball, 1 strike. Make it 1-2. The inning started with a walk to Adam Duvall. Ivan De Jesus dumped a good bunt down. Reached on an error, put runners at first and second. Holt sacrificed them to second and third. The walk loaded the bases. The walk has plated a run. Down low, 2-2. Ivan De Jesus Jr. down at third represents a pad run as the Reds lead at 7-6. He's already had a night to remember with a career high 3 runs batted in. Gondo peers at De Jesus, who's running down the line, and that's inside. He'll do it again. Another full count. 3-2, 2 outs. You saw Gondo peek at De Jesus, who was a third of the way down the line, with Garcia way off the line. A long inning for Ogando. This will be his 30th pitch coming. Runners off and running. 3-2, 2 outs. Votto lines this one into left. 1 run will score. Runner coming around third. Throw to the plate will be perfect in time, but the Reds get a pad run. Barnhart nailed at the plate. Votto delivers an RBI, and the Reds will go to the bottom of 13, leading by 2. The game had started a little after 7 o'clock Eastern time, now about 20 minutes after midnight Eastern time. The Reds 8 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. For the Braves, 6 runs, 14 hits, 3 errors on the night. Errors have contributed to this one, and now not a closer, but Alfredo Simon, who came in to go the distance last inning, will try to get one more inning of work in. He'll face Garcia, the number 4 hitter, Markakis in the on-deck circle, and Jace Peterson. Adonis Garcia, 2 hits on the night. No balls, 2 strikes as Simon fires strikes. That's down and away. And if the Reds can hang on to do this, Chris, how often have you seen back-to-back nights a bases loaded, no out situation that you somehow wriggle out of, and the Reds will have done it back-to-back nights?
Just goes to show you, you see something different every night.
That's the old Don Gullett line. Every time you come to the ballpark, you see something you'd never seen before. Brian Price, Jim Riggleman, Mark Riggins have been turning the wheels all night long. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Down the line and right. Long run, Bruce. It will drop foul and about 5 feet from Jay. Boy, he went a long way. He was pulled towards right center field and almost got to it. Garcia facing Simon for the first time in his career. 2 balls and 2 strikes. fouled back and out of play. Well, I guess our last trip to Turner before they close it, this would be one of the memories, Chris. We've had some long ones here. We've had some different nights. We've had some great pitching performances by the likes of Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, Avery, Merker. There's a line drive into left. It drops for a base hit, and they're not over yet. So Adonis Garcia. Guaranteed. Third hit of the night for Adonis Garcia. And that'll bring up Markakis. Markakis tonight been on twice via the walk and once with a base hit back in the first inning. Braves led early 4-0. Reds came back to make it 4-3. Braves led 5-3. And the Reds rallied to tie it, take a lead by 1 on a base hit by Ivan De Jesus Jr. And then Freddie Freeman tied it at 6 before the Reds were able to push across their 2 runs in the 13th. So from the 6th to the 13th, this one was scoreless. Each bullpen performed pretty well. Strike 1 to Markakis. That's down and away.
Well, the extra run probably takes away any kind of little ball strategy on the part of the Braves. So the Reds can play it straight up without having to worry about the tying run getting to second base, unless Markakis is able to hit a double.
Middle of the infield double play depth. Peraza. Votto has a glance off his glove, and the runner will hold at second. So it's first and second, and now the tying runs are on, but still no one out here in the 13th. Hit hard by Markakis off of the glove of Votto. Votto may have had, he would have had at least 1, and maybe a chance for 2 if he gloves it.
Ball was hit very hard, got on him in a hurry, and got on him at the same time he's bouncing off the base. You're never really in the greatest fielding position when you're coming off the bag at first base after holding the runner.
Here's Jace Peterson, and now the bunt does enter into the situation. Down by 2 runs. Peterson at the plate. Jace tonight reached on an error other than that, and when he reached on an error in the 3rd, that was the key play when Joey Votto threw wide to the plate with the bases loaded that opened the door for a 3-run 3rd inning. Strike 1 to the second baseman for the Braves. Showing no inclination to bunt. This one ripped towards the corner. It's going to get 1 run in. Going all the way to the wall is Bruce. He gathers it in, and it'll be second and 3rd. So now it's a 1-run lead. Still nobody out. And here we are again. The tying runs down at 3rd. The winning runs down at 2nd. Jace Peterson has his first hit of the night.
What a wild baseball game this has turned out to be. Peterson gets up first and second down the right field line. And the Reds are very fortunate that that didn't score 2 of them.
It only took a perfect relay because Bo Porter was prepared to send the runner. He held him up. And now you're back to the same situation. Will you walk the bases loaded? And the Reds at this point do not. From the stretch is Simon. This one bang through. That's going to tie the game. And now it's first and 3rd with still nobody out. Markakis scores. And Flowers bangs a base hit into left, his 2nd hit of the night. And we are back tied once again. It's 8-8. What a night in Atlanta.
Well, Brian Price coming back out to the center of the diamond again after this base hit scores the tying run from 3rd.
The winning run now on third base with nobody out. Like deja vu all over again. They're going to bring Adam Duvall in, give him an infielder's glove, stick him over there at third base. George, maybe you can answer this question for me. I got it on Twitter earlier tonight. When you bring Adam Duvall in from third base, or from left field to play third base, and if he gets a ground ball to him and he makes an assist somewhere.
That's a 7.
It's a 7 and not a 5.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Or you can make him,
when I could just go to you.
Make him 5.5. Well, we've seen it used, Chris, once a night, but I've never done a game, never been part of a game where they've used the 5-man infield twice.
It's usually once a year.
Yeah. So now the Reds will go back to the same alignment that they had with Duvall at third, 5 in the infield, the 2 outfielders splitting the outfield.
Eric Highbar. Last time he was in the batter's box, he had a pitch come up and in like that, and it got him right on the rib cage underneath his tricep.
He's got a big welt in the upper chest underneath his right arm. In fact, it was not until today, batting practice, they were able to determine he'd be able to play today. Highbar digs in, that's wide, and it's 2-0. Still nobody out, so the decision for Ryan Price, try to get now they will walk the bases loaded behind 2-0. And if you walk the bases loaded, most likely you put Duvall back in left.
I don't know. I still think you want the ball on the ground. I think you still want the double play possibility. Highbar was probably more relieved than anybody when they saw that intentional walk coming. I'd be wearing a Kevlar vest if I was him.
So the intentional walk loads the bases, and this time, unlike last time, the Reds will keep the 5-man infield in play. And it comes down to Chase Darno, who coming into the series, coming up from AAA from Gwinnett, was the Braves' hottest hitter at over 300. Now down under 300 at 294. So still nobody out. Winning run at third. The Braves have rallied for 2 here in the bottom of the 13th after the Reds scored 2 in the top of the 13th. Hit hard but foul past Bo Porter in the third base coach's box. Barnhart has already made one remarkable play behind the plate on a dribbler in front of home plate with the bases loaded, able to scoop it up himself and dive back to force the runner at the plate. It's taken those kinds of things to keep the Reds in this game, and it's going to take something like that all over again. Bases loaded, nobody out, tie game in the 13th. That's wide, 1-1. Darno 0 for 1 in his matchups with Simon in his career. Alfredo came in the 12th, gave up 1 hit, got out of that jam. This one into center field, and that's going to do it. It drops for a base hit. The winning run will score in the bottom of 13. So in a roller coaster night, in a roller coaster year, the Atlanta Braves, who came in with their worst career record at this point of the season at 18-46, have a moment to celebrate, but it comes at the expense of the Reds. The Reds score 2 to take a lead in the top of the 13th, and the Braves come back to score 3 at the bottom of the 13th and win this one in Atlanta. Just like we promised you early in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Chase Darno watches his fly ball drop just past the outstretched effort of Tyler Holt. Didn't make any difference. Even if Holt catches it, the winning run's going to score. So Darno and the Braves can celebrate. They've taken 1 game in this series. The Reds still can take the series with a win, not tomorrow, but later today in a noon game here in Atlanta. Coming up next, Reds Live, presented by Performance Kings Honda.